Hello everyone, this is Andre with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master how to create an advanced backend for a food delivery app. So right here, I have an application running the same backend. So I'm just going to be running tests using the application as well as using Postman for the tests. Before we get started, we want to start with authentication. So the authentication for this particular backend is going to consist of two parts. It's going to use MongoDB as well as Firebase. So when a user is signing up for a new account, we're going to create two separate accounts, one for Firebase and one for the one that we're going to store in our database. Let's take, for example, we have this data. We want to sign up a new user. So if we send this request, this user is already registered. That means this user has already registered with our Firebase. So if we go to our Firebase, this user is already existent. So I'm going to delete this account, go back, check our MongoDB, go to users. Even if the user is not here, if that user has a Firebase account, that email won't register. Okay, so that's the first part. So if we take a look now, if we send the same request, we're going to have a different response. So this user is now created. So if we go to our browser, we refresh this page and we refresh this page, we should have a new account with the details that we just passed. So here, this is our new user, and this is the UID to the user. If we go to our database, we have a new user. This UID is the same as the UID that's in our Firebase. Okay, that's the first part. And our authentication relies heavily on roles and the rest of our API, because it's a food delivery app. We should have drivers, vendors, admin, and clients. All right, so those roles, they have to be set. So we are going to be using enums in our REST API to achieve such a thing. So like if we go here and if we go to our user model, so here we are setting roles whenever we are signing up. Okay, so default role is going to be a client role. That's what we have now when we sign into this account. So if we take the same email address and try to log it in, then we'll see that user. So let's send this request. This is our same UID, our ID, our client user type. User type is going to be client, and all our data is going to be encrypted and stored in our user token. So the token is the one that we're going to be using throughout the application to run some requests, and we're going to be using our middleware to extract the data from our token. Okay, so after this, let's go ahead and introduce whatever we have here on our home screen. So we have categories. So our categories are going to be dynamic in the sense that we're going to create a pipeline that's going to be sending random categories each and every time the state of the application changes. So like, let's take, for example, a user closes the application and open the application. They're not going to see the same categories. Let's say we have 50 categories. They're going to be recommended new categories each and every time. So here we have an option to see more categories, whereby you can just click and see all the categories. So if we go to our categories in Postman, get random categories, send this request. See here, our first item is chicken. Okay, our first object is chicken, our first category. If we send the same request, that changes. But one thing is not changing in our request, which is the last one. The last category is going to be always more, because if we click on it, we have to get all the categories related to our application. So that's it for our categories. And the way that we can use them is like, if we just click here, then we can just change our home screen to display all the food related to that particular category in your provided location. So we're going to be relying heavily on location as well, so that we can recommend food to people and restaurants to people within their particular vicinity. Nearby restaurants, we're going to be using the same approach, whereby we are getting the location of the user and we recommend them restaurants which are closer to them. So if we go to Postman and go to restaurants, we're going to be using a code or a district of a particular area to recommend users the restaurants. So let's take, for example, here we have nearby restaurants. Right here, our first one is La Foods. So if we send the request here, we're going to get a new set of data, right? Randomized set of data. And if we take a look at the restaurants that we're getting, they have the same code. And this code is the code that we just passed right here on top. So it's the same code. It's the same code. So if we send the same requests, we're supposed to get a new set of data, and the codes have to be the same. That means these restaurants are in the same vicinity, they're in the same area. This particular approach is the same approach that we're going to use for food. We're going to recommend people food in their particular area, because we don't have to just get data from the backend and just send them to the front end. We have to send the food according to the area a person is in. Okay, so these restaurants have food, right? Each and every restaurant have menus, so we'll get the food from the menu and recommend to the user. So this is something that we have here. We are recommending food, right? So let's take, for example, here, just on the application that I'm running, if I refresh the application, then the orders of all the things that we have here should change. Okay, so let's take, for example, I press R to just reload this data is going to be shuffled, and I'm going to get a new set of data. So this happens when an application is closed or changed, or the state of the application changes. Everything changes on the home screen. So all this is being taken care of in the backend. So by default, when a user is creating an account, they will get a client role. And after they've registered for a restaurant, then they'll get a vendor role. All right. So in this sense, we have to protect, like a client doesn't have to upload food to the application. Only a registered vendor can do that. And only drivers can take care of deliveries. And without wasting time, let's just go ahead and introduce our cart. So here we have our cart, and our cart is empty. So let's say we want to add this particular ball to our cart. So this here is cart count. So our cart count at this particular moment is 0. And here our food schema is made in a way that we have additives to any particular food. We're not just uploading the food, we are uploading the food with additives. So additives, they have their own price. So if you add something to your order, then the price will increment a little bit. So even the quantity, like that. So if I add this item to the cart, then this should change to 1. So that means we have 1 item to our cart. And if we go back now here, if we take a look at the badge, the cart count is 1 also. That means we have 1 item in our cart. If we take a look, we have the item that we just added to the cart, and the additives that we added to our food are here. Okay, so all this, we're going to achieve it in our backend. It'll be easier for you to use any technology to transform the backend to a fully fledged full stack application. So if we visit our profile, we'll get the user data here right on top, and all the pages you can get orders according to user orders, favorite places, payment history is something that you can do in the backend. The backend is scalable to that extent, and you can also add addresses. So here we have addresses, right? You can get address, add address. So if you add an address, you can have more addresses to pick from, and you can be able to set an address as default. So if you set an address as default address, that's the same address the application is going to use to calculate the distance between you and the restaurant. Okay, so let's take, for example, here we are using the default address to calculate the distance between the person and the restaurant, and the cost the delivery is going to take, and the time the food is going to take to be prepared. And if we come here, a restaurant should have a default location. So that means if a vendor is creating a restaurant, they should create that restaurant at the particular location of their restaurant, so that here we can get the coordinates to their particular restaurant and give the users directions to that particular restaurant if they want to go and pick their food by their own self. And we have an option to just recommend food in the page, in the restaurant page. So if they can't find whatever they want to buy from this restaurant, they can just go to explore some other foods from other restaurants. And we have the ability to push ratings of a particular restaurant. So here, that's where we are going to be dealing with our ratings, and then we can just submit ratings. So that's a little about our backend. Like more of the stuff is going to be explored when we're creating our backend step by step and running some tests in Postman. But before we get started, one important thing, you should have a collection, a Postman collection to the backend. It's going to be provided to you, the link below. Download the collection, and then you can import the collection by just clicking this button and drag and drop, or select where the file is, and then you can import the collection so that you can have the same setup as I have. This is Andre. So now we want to start working on our backend. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder. So after we create a new folder, then we're just going to work on our folder structure, then we can get into our project. So this part is for the backend. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and just open a file. We want to create a new folder. So I've already created a folder, and the name of the folder is Foodly Backend. So you can do the same. You can create your own folder, give it a name that you want, and then the next thing that you need to do, you need to open your code editor. I don't know which code editor you're using, but for me, I'm going to go ahead and use VS Code. Okay. So you open your code editor and you drag and drop the folder that you just created. Okay. So I have a little bit of way more windows open here. So I'm just going to minimize them. Need to open a new window. After opening a new window, I'm going to drag and drop the folder that I just created. Then we are good to go. Okay. So that's what we need to do first, create a new folder, and then we put it in our VS Code. Then we can start with our project. So let's just make this full screen. The next thing that we need to do in our project, we need to initialize the project itself. So we need to open the terminal. After opening the terminal, we're just going to run the command npm init. Okay, so here I'm going to put /y so that I can accept all the options they're going to give us. So I'm just going to go ahead with the default options. Okay, so our node server has been created here. Okay, so this is our node server. So the next thing that we need to do, let's just go ahead, clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, we need to go ahead and install dependencies. So here, to install dependencies, I'm going to run the command npm I, and then I'll write the name of the dependencies that I want to install. The process is the same if you run the command npm install, then you write the name of your dependencies. So the first dependency that we're going to need is .env. After .env, we're going to need Mongoose, and we're going to need Firebase admin. So for this part, we might not use Firebase admin as much, but it's something, it's just a norm, just to install it and do our processes while we have Firebase installed. Okay. We also need JSON Web Token. After token, we need Express, since we're going to be creating an application using Express. And we also need NodeMon to reset our server. And we also need Crypto.js to encrypt and decrypt our passwords. Last but not least, we're going to require body parser. Okay. So those are the dependencies that we're going to require for this particular project. So if you have an error here, a typo, then these dependencies are not going to install. We have to go ahead, correct the error, and then install again. But for now, I'm just going to try to run it. If we do have an error, then we can just rectify it and run the command again. So this might take a little bit. While our dependencies are installing, we are going to go ahead and create our folder structure. So the first folder that we're going to require is the one for controllers. Okay. Let's call it controllers. Next, we're going to require another folder for models. So in our directory, project directory, we're also going to require the one for route. Okay, so we need about 4 folders. The last folder that we're going to need is the one for our middleware. Okay, so this is our folder structure. Last but not least, we're going to create our server file. Okay, so we need to create a new file here, and I'm going to call it server.js, like that. Okay, so here I'm going to create the server. So you should have at least Node Express snippets. Okay, so I'm just going to create a mock server. So I'm going to use the command Node Express here. Okay, to create a server. So this is our server here. Let's save. Right now, we need to go to our package.json. In our package.json, we need to put our nodemon here so that we can use nodemon to hot reset our server each and every time that we make a change to our application. So instead of tests, I'm going to change this to start, and I'm going to get rid of this command here, and I'm going to say, okay, here let's just say server.js. It's supposed to be nodemon server.js. So each and every time when we run the command npm start, this is the command that we're going to run inside the scripts. Okay, so let's take, for example, here we run the command npm start. Okay, so our application is running already, and it's running on port 3000. So if we come here and take a look at our port, that's 3000, and this message is the same message that's being logged on our console. Okay, so we are done creating our server. Right now, let's go ahead and just create another file, and this file is going to be our .env file. Okay, so in our .env file, we're going to store all our secret variables. That's including the ports, DB URL, and the secrets that we're going to use to encrypt and decrypt the passwords, as well as for our JSON web token. Our server is running, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our .env variables. So the first variable that we're going to require is the port. So I'm going to capitalize this one. So for port, I'm going to use 6002. Okay, that's the port that I'm going to use. After that, we're going to need Mongo URL. So in this section, we're also going to go ahead and create our database. So for this part, we're going to leave it like this, and we're going to revisit, and then we can put our URL here. We need JWT secret. So I'm just going to call it JWT sec, and then here I'm going to give it a name. So the name is going to be Foodlit 2023. Let's just copy paste this, and we change the name. We're going to also require a secret. So this secret is the one that we're going to use for JSON web token to encrypt our token and also decrypt. Okay, so these are the variables that we need. Right now we have 3 variables, so we're left with our Mongo URL. So we can go to our browser, go to MongoDB. In MongoDB, we need to sign in. So if you don't have an account, you can just go ahead and create. But if you do, then you can sign in into your account. You can either use Google, GitHub, or use your email. But for me, I'm going to sign in with my Google account. After signing in, we're going to create a database. So before we create a database, we might need a cluster. So I'm just going to show you how to create a database, a cluster, then a database. But I'll be using an old database that I have because I have like a lot of them. So the first thing that you need, if you get to your dashboard, the first thing you need to go ahead and create a project if you don't have one. Okay. You need to go ahead and create a project. So here, these are the projects that I have. But if you don't have any project created, you can just come here, create a new project. So you need to give the project a name. So the name is going to be Foodly. Okay, let's put it in lowercase. Foodly, and you press next. Here, if you have team members, you can add their email so that they can access the database. But I'm just going to go ahead and create the project. After creating the project, now we need to go ahead and create a cluster. Okay. So here, we're going to press create. After pressing create, this is where we are going to choose what kind of database we want to create. So since we're just going to create this application, it's not yet in production, so we can go with the free tier. And I'm going to use AWS, and you can choose a location which is closer to you here. So I'm going to leave it with the default location, and the cluster name, I'm going to give it the same name as the project name, like Foodly. And then press create. We need to fill the reCAPTCHA. After filling the reCAPTCHA, we need to go ahead and create our username, okay, and password. That's like the account that we are going to use to access the database. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the same credentials throughout so that it'll be easier for me to remember. Okay, so database name and username, they're going to be the same for me, but you can put different credentials, and we create a user. Okay, so our user has been created. You can see here we have our user. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to connect to a cloud environment, and we need to add an IP address. So I'm going to use a universal IP address because I want to access this database from anywhere in the world. So like putting a universal IP address, it makes it simpler for application to access our database, even if we change the IP address. Okay. So here, I'm just going to give it a name, universal, and add entry. After adding entry, this is our IP address, and I'm going to remove this IP address on top, and I'm going to finish and close. Okay. Go to overview. Okay. So we're almost done creating our database. The next thing that we need to do, we need to press connect. After pressing connect, this window will pop up, and after it pops up, you need to go to MongoDB for VS Code, and you need to copy the URI. Okay, after copying the URI, you can close, and then go back to your project. So in your project, you need to paste the URI. So here, this is our database name, our database username. Okay, and the username is the same as our password. So we just need to replace this password with the password, and we need to specify the database name. So the database name comes after this slide. Even if you don't put the database name, MongoDB is going to assign a database name for you, and the name is going to be test. Okay, but for me, I just need to have a name to my database. That's Foodly. Okay, so we are done with this part. Next, we are going to go ahead and try to access our DNV files and then try to connect to our database here. Okay, let's go ahead and set up our and configure our .env because we need to access our env variable in our server.js. So to do that, the first thing that we need to do right at the top, we need to initialize our .env. So we're going to have const.env is equal to required.env. Okay, so once we initialize .env, now we are able to use this variable in our application. So right at the bottom, we're going to initialize our .env. So right now we are good to go. We can be able to use the variables that we have in this file in our application. Just for a test, what we're going to do, we're going to change this port, the port that we are running our application from, to the one that we have in our .env file. So here, what I'm going to do, okay, let's leave this as 3000, but down here, to access our .env file, we use the syntax process.env, then we put the variable name. So that's going to be our first option whenever we run our application. So when we are running our application, we are going to access our .env file, look for the port number. If the port number is found, then we are going to use that port number to run our application. If that port number is not found, then we're going to use a default port number that we have here to run our application. Okay, so our variable name is this port. Okay, so that's the name that we're going to write here. So we're going to access our .env, get the port, and then run our application. If this port is not found, then we're going to go ahead and run our application on this port that is provided here. Okay, so we can just write port here, and then we can console log. So let's just change our message here. So here we can say Foodly backend app listening on port. So we need to change this because this port is the port that we're displaying here. So if we write this as port, we're going to display this name, not the port that we're getting from our .env file. So we just need to copy this line that we wrote here and then put it in here. Okay, so now our application is running on port 6002. So if we come here to our .env file and change this port number to 6001, save, go back to our server.js and save this again. Now you see our application is running on port 6001. So that's how we can access our .env variables and use them in our server. So let's change this back to 6002. Next thing that we need to do, since we have access to this .env, is to connect to our database. Okay, so to connect to our database, we need to have an instance of Mongoose right on top. Okay, so right after our .env, we're going to have another variable with the name Mongoose. Mongoose is equal to require Mongoose. Okay, now we're going to use this instance to connect to our database, and we are going to do it right after this .env initialization. Okay, so to connect to our database, we're going to access our Mongoose instance, and then we're going to connect So to connect to our database, we're going to require our Mongo URL. Okay. So to access our Mongo URL, we need to access our .env file, get the URL, and then connect to our database. So we're going to use the same syntax that we used here. Okay. So we might as well just, okay, let's just write, not copy, supposed to be process.env, and make sure that the name is the same as the one that you used in your .env file. So you need to copy this name and then you put it here. So this is our Mongo URL. So since we're going to be waiting for our database to connect, we need to check whether our database is connected or we do have an error. So we need to have then. So if our database is connected, then we're going to go ahead and log something on our console. Okay, so here we're going to say, okay, it's supposed to be a string. We're going to say DB connected. Else, if the process is not successful, we're going to go ahead and catch the error. So here we need to catch the error and log the error. Okay, so if we save here, first we connected to our server, next we connected to our database. So if this message is logged on our console, that means we are successfully connected to our database. So now we're done with our .env variables for our database, our port, and connecting to our database. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to work on our model. But before we go to our models, the next thing that we want to do is to just go ahead and have our instance of our body parser right on top. So we're going to take home body parser. Is equals to require body parser. We need to close this. Now we have our body parser right before we send our data back, or our right before our endpoint. Okay, right before our endpoint, we need to go ahead and use body parser. Okay, so here we're going to use body parser.json. And we're also going to require URL encode. Inside of our URL encode, we're going to set extended true. Okay, like that. And let's close this here. We can close this one. So we are done with this part. Next, let's move on to our models. After creating our models, then we move on to our controllers. The best way that we can do, we can create a model and then we can work on the controllers so that we can have a section by section whereby we're just creating the model, creating the controllers, routes, and then we can test that section in Postman, and then we can proceed to the next one. Okay. We want to initialize our firebase because each and every time that we're creating an account, be it like we are using our database, we have to create another account in our firebase. Okay, so to do that, we need to initialize firebase first in our backend. So whenever a user is registering an account, we create an account for them in firebase, and we create another account for them in our backend or database. Okay, so they'll have two accounts because it makes life easier. Like, okay, when you're trying to expand the application, let's say you want to like add a chat option to the application. If you're going to use Firebase, and now you have all the credentials and stuff in Firebase already, so it's easier for you to take it the next step, like a step further. Okay, so that's the approach that I'm going to use. So to do that, the first thing that we require right at the top, I'm going to go ahead and have a variable with the name admin. Okay, so our admin is going to require Firebase admin. Okay, so here we already have Firebase admin installed. After our Firebase admin, we need to specify where we are getting our service account key. That's the JSON file that we're going to get from Firebase. So what we can do, we can just say const service account. Okay, account is equal to you require. Now we need to specify the path where we are getting this service account. Okay, so I'm going to leave it as empty because we need to go back to our browser, go to Firebase, create an account or use an existing account to get the JSON file. Okay, and right at the bottom we're going to initialize our Firebase. So to initialize our Firebase, we need to say admin.initialize app. Okay, when initializing app, we require the service account. Okay, but that's where all our keys are being stored. Okay, so in here we are going to require our credentials, and our credentials are coming from admin dot credential, and then we need to access the certificate, and this certificate is the one that we stored in this variable here. So we need to just take this name and put it here. So the thing that's left now is to go ahead and get the file, put it in our backend, and then we can specify the path. Okay, so we need to go to Firebase. In our Firebase, you just go ahead, create a new project, or use an existing one. So for me, I'm going to use an existing one. So for the existing one, you can just press the account, okay, that you want to use. After pressing the account that you want to use, you go to project setting. Before you go to project settings, you need to make sure that you have authentication here. And your authentication has to be the email password. It has to be enabled, okay? So you can add new provider, then you can enable it, okay? After enabling, you need to go to project settings, okay? In project settings, you need to go to service account because we were trying to get the service account for our Firebase admin. Okay, so you need to wait a little bit while this is still loading. After it has successfully loaded, what you need to do here, you need to go ahead and generate a new private key. Okay, so this is what we've done so far. Okay, so if you just copy this, it's the same thing that we've done. Okay, so you need to generate the private key and then just download it. So it's been downloaded. It's here. Okay, so I already have one in here with the name service account key. So that's the one that I'm going to use. So what I would do is to go ahead and drag this into VS Code. Okay, let's see. let's just bring our VS Code first. Let's bring it forward first before we continue. Let's minimize it a little bit. Let's make it smaller. So you just need to drag and drop this into the root directory. Okay. So let's say this is the one that we just downloaded. Okay. So you can just rename it to service account. Service account key, then you drag and drop the service account key into your project. And then now the only thing that's left to do is to specify the path. Okay. So here our path is going to be this service account key. So now we can be able to use our Firebase inside of our backend. So that's all that we need to do for Firebase. Next, we're going to work on our models, controllers, and routers. So these ones, we're going to do them simultaneously while we are testing them, because it's pointless for us to just create the backend without testing the progress. So we create a model, create the controllers, create the routes, test those controllers and the routes, then we can move on to the next one. And one other thing to note before we proceed, we're going to have models which are going to be models and functions which are going to be like depending on each other. So for those ones, we're going to take some steps or skip some steps, and then we can come back, work on them while we have all the data that we need, but we are going to touch them as we go, like touch them, work on what we need to work on, revisit when we have the necessary data, make some changes, and then we can proceed. We need to move on to our models. The first model that we're going to create is a user model. So let's go ahead and open our models folder. In our models folder, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it user. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. It has to be a JS file. Okay. After creating this file, the first thing that we're going to require in this file is our instance of Mongoose. So here, Mongoose require, and we're going to require Mongoose like that. After that, we need to create our schema. So to create our schema, we're going to require the name of the schema. So our schema name is going to be UserSchema. Okay. Is equal to new schema. It's supposed to be mongoose.schema. Okay. So in here, that's where we're going to put all the data related to our schema. Okay. So first, for user, we're going to require the username. So our username is going to be of type string. So we need to specify the type. Type is going to be a string. So if you're writing schemas, then all our types, they're going to be uppercase here. Just take note, it doesn't have to be lowercase, it has to be uppercase. And this field is going to be required, so we need to set required to true. So that's what we need to do. It doesn't have to be unique because users might have the same name, but our next field, which is going to be our email, is going to be unique because we want to avoid situations whereby a user registers multiple accounts with the same email. Okay, so our email type is going to be string, required is going to be true, and it's going to be unique. So you need to set the property unique to true, like that. And The other property that we're going to require is UID. So this field is going to come from our Firebase. Once we created an account in our Firebase, then we're going to get the UDI, and the UDI we're going to use it here. Okay. So we don't need to access our Firebase, but we just need to access our backend, get the UDI from our user, then we can use it the way that we see fit. Let's go ahead. Our next value is going to be a password. As for password, it has to be a string, required, going to be true, unique. It doesn't have to be unique. It can be the same password, but for our password, we're going to encrypt it. So when we're encrypting our passwords, they're going to be different. There's no way that we're going to have the same password in our database. Right after that, we're going to require an address. So for our addresses, we're going to store them as an array. Okay. So here, every user should have an array of passwords. And required here, we can just set it to false. It's not required whenever we're creating an account. But somehow when we're ordering, we're going to require an address so that the delivery guy will know where he's supposed to deliver the food. And right at the bottom, we're going to have a phone. So for phone, it has to be a string here. Required set to false, that's okay. And we need to have different user types, because since it's a food delivering app, we're going to have driver, we're going to have the admin, the client, and we're going to have the seller or the vendor, who, like the person who has a restaurant that a client is buying from. So here we need to specify user type. Okay, so for user type is going to be a string, required is going to be true, and we need to go ahead and have an enum value here. Okay, so for enums, it has to be an array. We need to specify the types of users that we're going to have in our application. So the first one is going to be admin, and we're going to have the drivers. Let's just say driver, not drivers. After that, we're going to have a client, and we're also going to have a vendor. The vendor. Now, okay. So here we can also set a default value. So whenever an account is being created, we will have a default value. So our default value is going to be client. Okay. So we just need to copy this and we paste it here. So that's for user type. Okay. And as for our profile, we need a picture. So for profile, I don't want to make this project a little bit bigger than it is now. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to add the type. After adding the type, I'm going to set a default profile. Let's say required. I'm going to set it to true. And I'm going to provide a default image. Okay. And this has to be a string. So for a default image, you can just pick an image that you want to use as your default image. So for me, I'm going to open up my notes. After opening my notes, I'm just going to get one profile, okay, from the images that I have here, and paste it in here like that. So that's going to be my default profile picture. Okay, so we're done with that part. We need to go ahead and export. we need to go ahead and export our model. But before we export, what we need to do, we need to set timestamps to true, because we need to know the date with which an account is being created or updated. So here, our timestamps, we're going to set them to true. Right at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and export this model. Okay, so to export, we're going to use module.exports. Is equals to, now we need to specify the name of the model. So mongo.model, we need to specify the name of the model first. So our model name is going to be user, and then we need to map it to the schema name. So our schema name is going to be a user schema. So that's all for our user model. We're done with our user model. The next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and work on our functions to create a user, to register a user. Okay, after register a user, then we can try to log in. And at the same time, we're going to be looking at our middlewares. So our middlewares, we're going to split our functions for authentication and logging in a user. Okay, it's like getting a user. Getting a user, they have to be in a different bracket from authentication, because authentication doesn't require a middleware. When we're creating a user, we don't require a middleware. When we're logging in a user, we don't require a middleware. Those are open routes. But when it comes to our user endpoints, those ones, they have to be protected, because that's where we're going to be editing our user, like updating our user, getting the profile, deleting user. So we need to have some kind of a middleware to check whether this person who's trying to delete this account is a registered user or not. Does this account belong to them or not? Okay. So right now we need to go ahead and create our auth controllers. So we need to go to our controllers folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it auth controller. It has to be a JS file. After creating this file, we need our model first. Right at the top, we're going to have an instance of our model. So here it's supposed to be require, and we need to specify the path where we are getting the model. So we need to access our model. After accessing our model, we need to access this user model that we have here. So if we click on it, we are taken to the file. If you're not taken to the file, then probably you've done something wrong. The path has to be a link to the model. Okay. So now that we get that out of the way, let's save that. The next thing that we need to do, we need to have an instance of our crypto.js. It's supposed to be crypto.js with caps is equal to require. In here, we're going to require an instance of our crypto.js. Okay, so the second one here is the one that we're taking. After that, let's go ahead and have an instance of our JWT. So we're going to have JWT is equal to require JSON web token. So we have our JSON web token already installed when we initialized our application. So now it's time to use it. So we have it, and we also require admin. Okay, that's going to be the firebase admin is equal to require firebase admin. Like that. So these are the things that we need before we start working on our controller. Right below that, we need to export our functions. So to export our functions, we're going to use module export, module.export, and we're going to export everything that we're going to have inside of our of our braces in here. So all our functions are going to be inside this export. Okay, so let's say, so first we're going to create a function with the name create user. Okay, so this function is the one that we're going to be using to create a user. So first, this function has to be asynchronous. Since we're going to be communicating with our database, Firebase, we need to wait for those processes to be completed before we get the response from our function. And for this function, we're going to require a request and a response. Okay, so a request is what we send to our function. Okay, a response is what we get. So that's our first function. So for this controller, we're going to have two functions. The one to create a user and the other one to log in a user. So let's just create the other one, which is login user. Okay, so this is the second one. But first, we're going to work on creating a user before we log in a user. So when we're creating a user, what we require the data from wherever we are trying to sign in from, be it from Postman. Okay, so we need to capture that data and store it in a variable that we're going to access in our backend, and then map the data to their respective fields. Okay, so this variable, we're going to call it a user, and it's going to get data from the request body. Okay, so once we get the data from the request body, we're going to have try catch. Since we're going to be communicating with our Firebase in our database, we're going to have multiple try catch blocks, because each and every process we have to check whether the process that we are trying to achieve has been successful or not. If it is not successful, then we're going to catch the error. If it is successful, then we're going to do whatever the function requires us to do. Okay, so the first thing that we need to use our Firebase or admin here to create a user, to check for a user. Okay, so like let's take, for example, we have a new user. All right, before they even register, we need to check whether we do have an existing user in our Firebase or not. If we have an existing user, that means that user has been registered to our application already, so we can prompt them to log in. If we don't, then we're going to create a new account for them, a Firebase account. Then we can go ahead and create another account that we're going to store in our database. Okay, so first thing that we're going to do, we're going to await our admin, and we're going to not create a user, but here we're going to call auth, and in our auth we need to get user. Okay, get user by email. So we need an email. Okay, so this email is going to come from this user that we have here. So since we're getting all the data from our request and store it in here, so that means our email is going to be inside here. So we need to access this user instance, and from this instance we're going to get the email. That's the one that we're going to use. Okay, so here we're going to have a response dot status 400, and then we're going to pass. So if we pass an email here and we find a user in here, then that means that account is existing. So we just need to pass a response saying that the account exists. So we want to have a scenario whereby we don't have that account in our Firebase. That's when we are going to proceed in creating an account. Okay, so here we need to pass the JSON. Instead of our JSON, we need to pass a message. Okay, supposed to be a message here. So our message has to be a string. So here we can say email already in use or already registered, something like that. So that's all we need to do in our try. That's all that we need to do in our try. Our first try. So once we don't have, if nothing is found here, right, then our auth is going to return an error. Okay, this error that we have here, and we need to use this error to our advantage and use it to create an account. So here we're going to have this error code. When it's coming from Firebase, it's going to be error.code. So we need to access this code and check whether the error that we got is equals to the phrase auth user not found. Okay, it's supposed to be not. So if our error is equals to this error that we have, then we're going to go ahead and create an account. So our account is going to be created in our catch block, not in our try, right? But inside of this condition, we're going to have a try catch. Okay. In our try catch, we're going to go ahead and have an instance. We're going to create an instance with the name user response. So for this one, we need to use our admin to create a user. So it's synchronous. So we need to await admin dot create. So it's supposed to be auth first, and then we need to create a user. Okay. So for a user, we're going to create this user using the data that we're getting from our request body. Supposed to be user response here. So we're going to use this data, right? So first, what we're going to require here, we're going to require an email. So our email is going to come from the user that we have on top, or the password is going to come from the same origin. So it's user.password. So Firebase will take care of the encryption for us. We don't need to do any encryption here. Okay, we don't need to do any encryption, but we need to do encryption when we are trying to create the one that we're going to show in our database. So email verified, and we're going to say false. And then here we have a value with the name disabled. So we're just going to say false. So if an account is created, then the account is going to be automatically enabled. It's not going to be disabled. So here we're going to store our response from this function that we're running here. Okay. So from the response, we want to get the UID. Okay. So from the response, we're going to, okay, let's log something here. We're going to log user response dot UID. Okay. So now that we're done creating a Firebase user, now we have to go ahead and create the user that we're going to store in our database. So here we're going to have home. Let's put a name, new user is equals to. We have to use our model to create a user. So inside, the first thing that we're going to require a username, and our username is going to come from user.username, and we're going to require an email, and it's going to come from user.email. Password. So for password, we're going to encrypt the password, right? So let's put it like this for now. We finish our fields, then we can come back and encrypt our password. So here we're going to require the UID. So for the UID, it's going to be response.uid. That's why we have this UID here. That's the one that we're going to require here to use down here. So we need to store it in our database. And last but not least, we're going to require a user type. And for user type, we're going to just assign client. So this is how our enums work, okay? So here we have options, like which ones do we wanna assign to this user. So first, whenever a user is going to create an account, is going to be a client, okay? And if they follow some steps, let's say they want to open a restaurant, they have to create a restaurant, they'll go through like the verification process. After that verification process, then there'll be a change in the user type, okay? Their role changes if the information they provide is relevant enough for them to be given a pass to become a vendor or a driver, okay? So we're done with this part, but we need to deal with our password. So to deal with our password, let's go ahead and we're going to use crypto.js, okay? So this is crypto.js, the instance that we have on top. And from this instance, we want to access AES, and we need to encrypt, okay? So we need to encrypt the password. And to encrypt the password, we require a secret key. So our secret key is going to come from our .env file. So we need to access our .env file. So we use process.env. Then here we're going to use the variable with the name secret. This is the variable that we're going to use. So let's go ahead and paste the variable name here, okay? And then we need to convert this encrypted password to string. So now we have an encrypted password here. So that's all that we need to do. After this, now we need to go ahead and save this user to our database. So right at the bottom, we are going to await new user, and then we save the data to our database. Now that our user has been created and saved, we need to go ahead and send a response back to the user that, okay, your account has been successfully created. So whenever we're creating a user or creating a new object, not a new object, we're creating something in our database. So our status has to be 201, and we have to pass JSON data alongside with the status code. So for this one, we're just going to pass the status. So for status here, we're going to pass a status, and our status is going to be a boolean with the name. We're going to just pass through to the user, like that your account has been successfully created. So if this is true, then we're going to redirect the user to the login page. Then they can log in, something like that. That's the flow. So if we do have an error, we need to send back a status. Okay. So our status for this part is going to be 500, and we need to pass back JSON. So our JSON is going to be post. Let's just say post here. And then we pass the error. We can pass the error message. That's okay. Or we can just pass a string. Error creating user. Okay. Something like that. So we are done with this function, creating a user. Next, we're going to be working on logging in a user. After these two, then we can go ahead and try to run a test in Postman. Then we can proceed to our user controller, where we are going to be getting users, deleting users, and updating users. Okay. Let's move on to our login user. Okay. So in our login user, the first thing that we require is going to be the try catch block. So we need to have try catch. So in our try, the first thing we need to capture the data from our database and store it in our user instance. So this user instance that we just created is going to wait for our call to the database. Okay. So here we're going to wait for the data that we're going to get from our database. And to do that, we need to find one user, and we're going to find that user by email, since we're going to be logging in using an email. So we're going to have our email field here, and our email is going to come from request_body.email. And whenever we get this data, right, we want to exclude some properties from being sent back to the user. Okay. So let's take, for example, here, we have our user model. Let's put it side by side. Let's close this. So if a user is logging in, then we are not going to send back some properties. Like, for example, we have this value that's being that is created by Mongo. So we need to also exclude updated date. That's a field created by MongoDB. Whenever we create it, need to exclude. So to exclude, we just put 0, and we need to exclude the email. Okay? We don't want to send back the email. So this is for logging. Okay, the data, we're going to get it in a get profile. Okay, so but this one we're going to use it to create, like, what do you call it, like, to create the token that we're going to use to log into the token that we're going to use for future, like, future purposes, to log into the account in our front end. So let's leave the email here. We need the email. Okay, we're going to exclude it after we create our token. Okay, now that we have our user, we need to go ahead and, if not, then Let me just close this, but it's free. So here, if it is not user, then we need to send back a response. And this response is going to be find anything. So that means something is wrong. What we can do, we can just send a message. We can just say wrong credential. Okay. Something like that. So I'm going to keep it minimal. But if the user is found, then we're going to go ahead and move on to the next step. So our next step is to go ahead and decrypt the password. Try to match the password that we have in our database with the password that we are getting from our front end. And if these passwords are the same, then we're going to give the user access to the account. Else, the password is wrong. Okay. So that's the basic logic. Encrypted password. So for decrypted password, we're going to go ahead and encrypt it as we're going to just do the same, but the opposite of what we did when we're encrypting. So we need to decrypt password. So we need the password that we're decrypting. So the password that we're decrypting is coming from our database. So we need to access this instance and get the password. After getting the password, we need to provide the secret key to decrypt the password. Right? After decrypting the password, we go ahead and get the variable. We convert whatever we've decrypted to string. You're just going to call it decrypted is equals to decrypted. Okay, so we would bring this variable here, and then we're going to convert it to string. So in here you can see use UTF-8. Okay, so now we have our decrypted password in, okay, and it's a string. So we want to compare this string to the string that we're getting from our request body of password. Okay, so if password is not equal to request dot body dot password, to send a response. The response is going to be a wrong password here. Okay, if it is the same, then we're going to create a token for the user. Okay, so let's bring this here, enlarge it a little bit. No, let's look at the variable. We use a token. C dot signal dot sign, not signal. So to sign a token, we need the values that we're going to sign. So the first one is and this is the user. Okay. We need to check the user type. user type, and for user type, it's going to come from user type. Okay. It's supposed to be user type. And the other thing that we require, let's just include an email in there. Okay. So for the email, these are the fields that we're going to encrypt inside of our token. And for us to encrypt our token, we're going to require the secret key that we're going to use to encrypt our dot, not our .env, but our JWT. Okay, so here we're going to access our .env. So process.env, we're going to access. We need access to this JWT secret. That's the one that we're going to use here. And we need to provide the duration with which our token is going to be valid. So let's take, for example, you want the token to be valid for 5 days. Then inside of the brace, you need to have this expires in, and then you put the number of days. So put 5 D as a string, like this. So we go with, let's go. Yeah. So now we have our token, but we need to filter the data that we need to send back to the user. We don't need to send everything because it's pointless for us to send back the password. So we need to just remove some other data and then send back what we have to send back. Okay, so down below we're going to have a spread. So in our spread, we're going to remove the password. Okay, so here that's where we are getting the data. Okay, so here we're going to exclude the password. These fields have already been excluded already. Okay, so if we don't want to send back the email, we can just remove the email here, and then we send whatever remains. Okay, and we have to give this data that remains a name. So this is the name that we're going to give it to. Or we can call it as use data. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, so I'm just going to go with pattern. And after, we need to send back a response to the user. Okay, so to send back, say in response to status. So for our status is going to be 200, and we need to send back a JSON. So for JSON, we're going to send back the data, this data, and we are also going to send back the token. Okay, so to send back the data, we need a spread operator, and we need to the data, send back the user token. So let's say if we do have an error, then we're going to catch an error, and then just log something, send back a response. Okay, post, and then here we can put like that. So we are done with our login function. Next, we're going to go ahead and create a router for our Auth controller. Then we can run a test, create a user, log in a user, and then we can proceed to create the user controller. We're done with these two. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a router inside of our routes. So this router, we're going to call it auth. Okay, so it's going to be our auth routes. So it's going to be auth.js. So in our auth, we're going to require a router. So here we need to create an instance of our router. Here is going to be router, and it's going to come from Express. Okay. It's going to come from Express router. Okay. So now that we have an instance of our router, down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and import an instance of our controller. Our controller name is controller. Okay, and it's going to come from controller directory. So we need to access which is controllers. Is it controller? Controllers, not controller. So it's supposed to be controller. And from controllers, we're going to get auth controller. Okay. Specifically for just registering a user. So we use the instance that we create on top, this router instance that we created to get, not to get, but we are going to be using a post request. So here we just need to put slash. Okay. When registering, we're going to access the auth controller, and from our auth controller, we're going to create a user. Okay. So that's our first route, and we need to create our next route, which is to log in a user. Okay. So to log in a user, we're going to have this part login, and here in our controller, it's supposed to be a login user. Okay. So these are going to be unprotected routes. So for these two, we don't need any middleware. They're good the way they are, but we need to go ahead and just export these two. So we're going to do the same as we did for our controllers, and our models. So here we're going to export the router. It's supposed to be the router here, like that. We just close that. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to go to our server.js. So in our server, we want to get rid of this. But before, right at the top, we need an instance of this router that we created. So below, let's just change this so that it can be the same as the one that we have in our .env. Okay. So here, I'm going to create an instance. Supposed to be with router. Okay. Is equals to require. We need the name of our router, not the name per se, but the path. So our router is coming from our routes. Then from our routes, we need to get this auth route. Okay. And this is the name that we're going to use for that particular route when we are calling it here. Okay. So here it's supposed to be app.use, and we're going to use the router to access our endpoint. Okay. So we need to give an endpoint. But for authentication, we're just going to use slash. But for other APIs, then we're going to use a different approach. And here we need to assign our auth router. So that's going to be our first. And we don't have an error. So that means whatever we did, we didn't make an error. But if we did make an error, then we're going to see that error whenever we are going to be testing our endpoints in Postman. Okay. But so far so good. This is the process that we need to do to just create, like, from the models, connecting to database models, controllers, the router, and then hooking the routers to our server. Okay, so that's what that we need to do. Next, we're going to be testing the endpoints in Postman. Then we can move on to the next one, which is the user controllers. Okay, so now that we have everything set up, we need to go ahead and run a test of our API in Postman. Okay, so we need to go ahead and open Postman. But before we proceed, we need to go ahead and have a collection, a Postman collection. Okay, so this collection is going to be provided to you beforehand. So you need to make sure that you have that collection in order for you to follow along. Okay. So here, what I'm going to do on my desktop, I do have the collection. So I'm just going to run you through the process of how to import it and how to use it. Okay. So this is the collection that we're going to be using. So we just need to open Postman, and in Postman, we need to import, okay, the collection. So here it's either you can select or you can drag and drop the file. So I'm going to select a file and go to desktop. In desktop, I'm going to open the collection. Okay. So after opening the collection will be imported. You have this same collection in your Postman. So we want to deal with our auth folder first. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to sign up a user. So if you didn't change anything, that means everything that you have is the same as what I have on my end. So we can just go ahead and run a test. But if you change something, let's say the port number or the endpoint, then you need to go ahead and take a step forward to, like, change the port number and change the endpoint here. But this is good. What I'm just going to do, I'm just going to go to the body. So in the body, we're going to require the username, email, and password. Those are the three fields that we're going to require in order for us to create an account. Okay. So I have another account already existing in the backend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the name here, and I'm going to say the best tech. Okay. And have an email. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to call it dbs@kings.com. The password remains the same. So I'm going to go ahead and create this account. So if our request is successful, then this is what we get. Okay. And if you look at our status, we have a 201. That means our account has been successfully created. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and check the data in our firebase and in our database. Okay. So let's go to our browser. In our browser, okay, this is the firebase account that we're using. So we are just going to refresh it. Okay, so this is the account that we just created, right? And if we go to our database, just refresh. Okay, it might take a little bit. No, okay, that's a different one. Let's see. Let's take a look. Okay, controller. Looks like the data is not appearing in our database. Okay, let me visit the database that we created together, this collection. Let's check whether we do have something. We go to database, browse collection. Okay, so this is the account that we just created. Okay, so everything checks out. Everything checks out. So if you take a look here, now we have the username, the email, UID. This UID is the same as the one that we got from our backend. So if you take a look, this UID is the one that we have here. The password is encrypted. Addresses, it's an empty array. User type, it's client. The profile, we have our default profile, and we have the created it and updated it. So that's all that we need to do to create an account. Next, we're going to use the same credentials that we just created to log in a user. Okay. So let's go back. We tag the email from here. Go to login, body. Then we just change the email here, and then send the request. Okay. So if we send the request, we're going to get this data back. Okay. We're going to get the ID, the username, the UID, addresses. We are going to get the user type, profile, and the token. Okay. So we want to copy this token. After copying this token, we are going to put it here in authentication. Let's see. Okay. So what we can do, instead of putting it here, we can inherit from the auth folder. So if we click here, then we can put our token here. So let's paste it here because we want to use it when we're getting our profile. That is going to be the next thing that we're going to do. Okay, so far so good. Our endpoints are working fine. Next, let's move on to create the user controller. And then we can just run some tests, and then we can move on to the next thing. So before we proceed, let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's move on. The first thing that we need to do, since most of the endpoints that we're going to be working on, the endpoints, the APIs that we're going to be working on, they require a middleware. We need to create our middleware. Okay. And then we can proceed to create the controllers that we need to create. Okay. So first, in our middleware folder, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it verify token. Okay. So that's going to be the name, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to go ahead and have an instance of our JWT. So right on top, const JWT is equals to a required JSON web token. Okay, so now that we have our JSON web token, we can go ahead and create our first middleware, which is going to have a name, the verify token. Okay, so our verify token is going to take in a request, response, and next. Request, response, and then next. So here we need to capture our header, and then we can process them a little bit further to get our token. Okay, and then we verify whether that token is valid or not. Okay, so here we're going to have a variable with the name auth headers, and it's going to come from request headers dot authorization. Okay, so make sure that the spelling of authorization is correct. Okay, so once we need to check whether we have this authorization or not, we want to check whether we have something in auth headers. Okay, if we do have something, then we're going to go ahead and create an instance where we're going to store the token. Okay, so here we need to get the token from our header, because when we are putting our token, our bearer token in our auth headers, we're going to put it like this. Is it like bearer and then space, then we put our token, right? So we need to retrieve the token only. We don't want the bearer and we don't want the space. Okay, so that's what we are going to do in this line, and then we can decrypt the token and get the values that we want. Okay, so here we're going to access our auth headers, and from our auth headers we're going to use the split method, since it's going to be a string. So we need to split where we have a space. Okay, so this is a space, and we are going to get the first item after that space. Okay, so it's bearer space and then item 1. So that means our bearer is going to be item 0, like indices, how we do index, like index 0, index 1, index 2. It starts from 0, so we're getting the first object, the first item after this space. Once we have our token, we need to verify whether it's a valid token or not. So we need to call JWT, and we need to verify. To verify, we need to call the verify method, and in our method, we're going to require a token. This token is the token that we have in here. Okay, and we need to use the secret key. Okay, process.env dot, this one is supposed to be JWT underscore secret. That's the one that we're going to use. And our function is going to be asynchronous. And in here, we're going to have error and our user. Okay. So if we do have an error, then we need to go ahead and send something back to the user. Like, okay, let's say it's not a valid token. We need to tell the user that the token is not valid. Something like that. So here we just need to return a status, and our status here is going to be 403. It's supposed to be 403. Something wrong with my keyboard. 403, and we need to send back a JSON. Okay, so in our JSON we're going to pass the status, and our status is going to be false, since if we have a successful request, we're sending true. So for a failed request, we're going to pass false, and then we're going to pass the message. So our message here, we can put it as a string. So we can say invalid token, something like that. Let's save that part. But if if everything checks out at this stage, then we need to get the user, okay? Retrieve the data that we have in our request.user is equals to user. We need to assign this to this value that we have here, okay? And then we jump to the next. So we can inject this user to our function. So that's going to be our first. But before we proceed, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and just export them one by one, okay? Once we're working, we need to export our middlewares. So right at the bottom, we're going to have module.exports. And the first one that we're going to export is verify token, okay? That's the first. So right at the bottom, we need to create another one. We need to verify like whether a user and that's making a request, is that user a client, a driver, a vendor, or an admin? If it's one of those four, then they should be allowed to do whatever they want to do in the application. If they're not, then that user is restricted to perform some certain tasks, okay? So here we are going to have another one with the name verify and authorization. Okay, and it takes the same parameters as we have on top. So we can just copy from here, paste, and we close. After we close, right inside, we're going to use this token that we have right on top, this function. Okay. So if whatever we put in this function is valid, then we can go ahead and process the data a little bit better. Okay. So here we're going to have a request, a response, and we're not going to have next. Here we can have our function in here. Okay. So that's going to be our next. So we're going to say if we need to check whether the request user, the user who's making that particular request. Okay, let's user type. Let's close it here. So if the user type, so like the best way to make it, like to just explain it, when we created this token, we have this user type, right? So this is the user type that we want to access and check whether this user type is of a particular type, like whether it's a client, admin, or vendor. Okay, so here, if it's a client, then that client is allowed to move on to the next step, to run the next function. Okay, so we have client, that's going to be our first. So here we're going to use the all. Okay, so next we're going to have a vendor, admin, supposed to be admin. You don't want to make a typo, your admin won't be able to access the application. The driver. Okay, so these four user types are allowed to access the application, okay, somehow. So here if this condition is met, then we're going to go to the next function. Else that particular user is not authorized to perform a certain task. Okay, so we can send back a response, not return, but response dot status, and our status is going to be 403, and we need to pass back JSON. And we need to send back a message. Okay, let's close it, and let's close it there. So for a message, we're going to say you're not authorized. Okay, something like that. So we need to export this middleware. So that's our second middleware. So we need to have one for the vendor, one for the driver, and one for the admin. So we need to have like quite a lot. So what we can do now, our process is going to be a little bit easy. We can copy the one that we just created, paste it down, we change the name, and we're going to call it a verify vendor. Okay, like that. Okay, so if the user type is equals to request user type, if request user dot user type is equals to vendor, then we're going to proceed. But we need to also give the admin access to what a vendor can do. Okay, so we're going to leave these two here. Okay, if it's either the vendor or the admin, they can perform the task. Else, if it is a driver who's trying to perform a vendor operation, then we're going to bar that driver from proceeding to execute the function they want to execute. Okay, so we need to export this one. We need to have the one for the driver. Driver or admin, then they can perform some certain task. So let's export it. And below, we're going to have the one for the admin. Okay, so this one will protect everything from all other users. Only the admin can access some certain functions. That's why we're going to have a verify admin. The person has to be an admin to be able to perform. Let's say we have a newly registered restaurant, and you need to approve that restaurant before they can start posting their menus on your application. Okay, so that approval process, it has to be done with a person who has the authority. Okay, so that's why we do have an admin here. Okay, so now that we have this function, we are done with our middlewares. We can just go ahead and export our middlewares. So we're done with our middlewares. Next, we're going to work on our user controller. Right now, we need to go ahead and work on our user controller. So we need to create a new file inside of our controllers, and we're going to call it user controller. And it has to be a JS file. Okay. So for our user controller, we're going to require the same model that we have in our auth controller. So you might as well just copy this, paste it down here. Again, below, we're going to export our functions. Okay. When you export, and we put our functions inside of our braces. So the first function that we're going to create is to get user. Okay. Get user. So our get user function is going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request and the response. Requests, response. Okay. So here we're going to have a try catch block. Okay. A try catch block. So we need to access our database and get the user. Okay. So right at the top, let's create a variable with the name user ID. So this user ID, we're going to get it from our middleware. Okay. So it's supposed to be request, not response, but request user dot ID. Okay. So we need to access our token, get the ID, and then we use that ID to find the user here. So here we need to create another variable, and we need to call it user, and it's going to await our user. And here we're going to find one by ID. It's supposed to be find by ID. Okay. So we need to pass the ID. So the ID is going to be user ID. So once we have the data, we need to process it a little bit further. We need to get rid of the password. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a spread operator. Let's see. Okay, when we're getting a user, it's best if we just do it here right on top so that we can have everything in one line. So here it's supposed to be underscore ID. Okay. And in here, we need to exclude the password. We also need to exclude underscore v. And we need to exclude created it and updated it. Okay, so let's go ahead. Okay, those are the variables that we're going to exclude when we're getting this user. Okay, once we have this user, now we need to send back a response. So we're going to have response.status. So our status here is going to be 200 since it's a successful response, and we need to send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have our data. So we're going to just pass back the user. Okay, this user that we have here. Let's format our code a little bit. Let's save. If we do have an error, we need to catch that error and we send back a response. So right at the bottom, we're going to send back a response with the status. Okay. Our status here is going to be 500. And we need to pass back the message. Okay. Okay. Let's saying error retrieving user. Okay. And then this is going to be the error.message. So that's going to be our function to get user. So let's go ahead and create another one to delete a user. Okay, so it's going to take the same parameters as the one that we have on top. And then inside, to delete a user, we're going to require an ID as well. So let's have our try catch first. After our try catch, then we can access our database. But first, we need to have this ID. Okay. So let's paste our ID here. So here we're going to await user dot. It's supposed to be find one and delete. Okay. And we're going to use the user ID. Then we can pass back the response. Okay. So our response is going to be a 200. Like that. So it's going to be response status 200. And in our JSON, we're going to pass the message. We're going to pass the message in the status. So here we're going to have status. Our status is going to be true. And for a message, we can say it's going to be a string. User deleted successfully. That's okay. So we can just save. If we do have an error, we're going to just pass back a 500, a status code 500, and then we pass back a message. Error deleting user. Okay, and we don't need to pass back this message. So that's all that we need to do here. And down below, we're going to create one to update a user. Okay, it's supposed to be update user. So when we're updating a user, we're going to require the same parameters, and our function has to be asynchronous. So here we want to get the request response, and after we have this, then we need to proceed to our function. And in our function, we're going to also require an ID. Okay. So now that we have our ID, we can have a try catch. So inside of our try catch, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and try to update. Okay, so here we're going to have const updated user. Supposed to be updated user here. Updated user is equals to await user dot find one and update. Okay, so we're finding a user using the ID that we have on top. So we need to pass our user ID. Once we pass our user ID, then we need to set the data that we want to update. Okay, so here we're going to set, we need set, okay, the set method. Let's see. We need to put it in braces. In our braces, that's when we are going to put set. So here we need our requests dot body. And right outside, we need to set new to true. Okay. New to true. After we set new to true, then we're going to just pass back a response. We can just say user updated. Okay. So as our response, let's go ahead and use this one. Okay, we can copy this. We come down here, we paste it. Looks like I didn't copy. Okay, so let's go ahead. Just copy here. Paste it down. Status is equals to true. Message user updated. Updated successfully. Okay, so that's going to be our message. So here we don't need this because we're not going to return any data. Okay, so we should leave it like that. And if we have an error, we need to catch that error and then send back a response. Okay, message error updating user. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we are done with this. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead, create our router for our user, and then let's move on. We want to go ahead and create our user router. Okay, so we need to create a new file and we need to call it user, and it has to be a JS file. After creating this file, we need to go ahead and import our router. So we can just copy this file that we have here and we can paste everything in here. Okay, that's wrong. You just need to copy everything that we have, paste it in here. So this part remains the same. So here we need to just change this from auth to user. Okay, so it's supposed to be UserController, and we're getting it from UserController. So if we have over pressing command and click, we should be taken to the UserController. So that means we've successfully imported the UserController. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import our middleware. So here we're going to have const, and then go to our middlewares. I'm going to copy these, but I'm going to delete some of them since we're not going to be using them in here. Is equal to require, and we have to specify the path where we are getting these middlewares. So these middlewares are going to come from our middleware folder. Inside our middleware folder, we want to access verify token. Okay, so we need to protect our routes. So our first one is going to be get, and we are going to be getting user. So we need to remove this, and our controller is going to be our user controller, and from our user controller we're going to get user. Okay, so we need to specify we need to include the middleware that we're going to use. So for this one, we're going to use verify and authorize. Okay, so if we verify and authorize, then we're going to get our user ID from our token, and then we can use that user ID to get the user. Okay, that's the first. Next, let's go ahead and have delete. So here, delete is going to be the same. So we're just going to copy up until that point, paste it here. So we need to map it to the correct function. The next one is going to be a put. Okay, so here now we're going to put, and we're going to map it to update. Okay, so we're not going to be using all the other middlewares, so we might as well just remove them from here. Okay, and then let's go to our server. Okay, server.js. In our server.js, we need to import our router. Okay, so our router name is going to be user router. Okay, like that, and we need to map it to the correct file, which is the user. Okay, and down at the bottom, we need to access our router. Okay, and we need to change how we call our router. So now we are using /API/ and then we're going to be calling this endpoint users. Okay, and we're going to be using a user router here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to run a test in Postman. Okay. So we are done creating our router, hooking our router to our server.js. Next, we're going to just run a test in Postman, and then we can move on to the next one. Before we run our test, we need to take care of something. So here, if you take a look, here I made a typo. It's supposed to be secret. That's why we should be copying these variables from our .env directly rather than typing. Okay, so if you have a typo, then it's going to be hard. You're not going to get the token is not going to get verified. And down here, you need to add return. Okay, after you return, everything will check out. So just logging. So let me remove the log. And down below, everything remains the same. So what we need to do, we need to run a GET request. So we go to Postman. In Postman, we're going to go ahead and inherit from parent. So if you're inheriting from parent, we are putting our token to this folder. Okay. So we come to authorization, choose bearer token, and then we paste our token down here. Okay. So in order for us to get this token, we just need to come here and then log in. Okay. After logging in, we just need to copy the token and then we paste it here. Then we save. We close this. We go to our profile. In our profile, that's where we're inheriting from our parent. Our parent is this folder. Okay. And then we send the request. Okay. After we send the request, this is the data that we're going to get. This is the same username, email, UID, user type, and the profile. Okay. So we're done with that part. If you want to delete, then you can just go ahead and Control C. You have to change this to delete. Okay, so you're deleting using the same token. So that's what you just need to do, and just change the name here to delete. Okay. So if I send the request, then the user is going to be successfully deleted. But not one thing. The way that we set up our firebase, our authentication, you need to find a way to also delete from firebase. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to say db. Okay. And leave everything the same. After that, I'm just going to send the request to create a user. Okay, so we have a user and we're going to log in that user. So this user, this is our new user. Our UID is different. Our user ID is different. And we just copy our token here. We paste our token to our authentication, authorization, save, and then we can get a profile. Okay, so this is the new user that we created. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to move on to some different. So what we can do, we can move on to restaurants, creating restaurants. Then we can create food items. Okay, because restaurants is going to be at least one of the biggest parts of our backend application. And food is going to be almost the same as our restaurants. So we should take care of those. And then we can go on to take care of categories, cards, address. Address might be smaller, but we are going to need an address later on. So we might as well just proceed and then take care of the address a little bit later on. So right now, let's go ahead and create our restaurant models. So we can close all these files. We don't require them anymore. So next thing that we need to do, we need to go to models and create a new model, and we're going to call it restaurant. Supposed to be restaurant in lowercase. Okay, so the restaurant. Yes. Okay. So for this one, we need to create the schema. Okay, so we can just copy the schema that we have for user, and we're going to change the name. Okay, from user schema to restaurant. Okay, so the name can be lowercase. Here I'm going to go with a lowercase restaurant schema, and we need to change the name from user model to restaurant, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, we need to focus on our fields. Okay, so for fields, the first thing that we're going to require a title. Okay, that's going to be the title of the restaurant, and we need time, like how much time do they take to prepare food on a regular, and we're going to require image URL. So for image URL, we're going to set it as a string. Okay, we're going to set it as a string, and it's going to be required. Okay, it doesn't have to be unique here. Same as for the time, it doesn't have to be unique, so we need to get rid of that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have foods, like what kind of food do they serve. Okay, so here we will have to make it an array, and it's not going to be required. We're going to have another field with the name pickup. The pickup is going to be a boolean. Required, we're going to set it to true. By default, we're going to set it to false. Let's put it to true. Like most of these, they will like translate way much better when we're dealing with our front end, but it's hard to explain some of the stuff from the back end because you don't have a clear picture of like what's really going on. So I'm just going to write the fields, and when we are in the front end, then we can try to have like a clear picture of what we are trying to achieve. Pickup, we're going to have another value with the name delivery. So here, some restaurants, they're just for Uber. They don't have like a place whereby, okay, a person can come, or they want to keep their location disclosed or something. So in that case, if this value is set to just pick up, this pickup is set to true, that means this is a real restaurant. They're not just making food and delivering. But if it is set to false, that means they're just making food and delivering the food. No one is going to go to that restaurant to pick up anything by themselves. Okay, so the other boolean can be true as well. And down at the bottom, we are going to require owner. Okay, so for owner, it's going to be a string. Required is going to be true. Okay, so this one is going to be the ID of the user who created a restaurant. Okay, and we need a code. So we're going to use codes. Okay, to track the location of our restaurant. We are going to use code. So let's take, for example, if you are in California, like San Francisco, which part? Let's say Union Square. Okay. So we're going to use a specific port for Union Square. So like if a restaurant is in Union Square and you're in Union Square, we are going to recommend more restaurants to you on the application using the code. That's the location code of Union Square. That part is like the district. Okay. So it's going to be a string, and then right at the bottom we're going to require a logo URL. Okay, so a logo URL can be like this, and then you can set the URL a little bit later. That's okay. And we're going to also require rating. So for rating, it's going to be of type number. Okay, so for number, we're going to require the mean value. Our mean value is going to be 1, and our max value is going to be 5. Alright, like that. And we also need rating count. So for our rating count is going to be in a string, not a number. And let's just put it as a string. And let's close it here. Let's add a comma right at the top. So our error is gone. And this rating count is not going to be required. And right inside, we're also going to require coordinate of the restaurant. So if you're creating a restaurant, you need to provide the coordinate of that restaurant. Okay. So what we are going to do here, we're going to have an ID. Now let's just make it a string, and required, we're going to set it to true. So let's take, for example, I'm creating a restaurant. I have to create the restaurant whilst I'm at the location of that restaurant. Otherwise, the coordinates that are going to be set to that restaurant are going to be of the place where you are. So if it is not your restaurant's location, then your restaurant might be positioned in a different location from the correct location. So first, we're going to require latitude. So for latitude, your latitude is going to be a number, and it's going to be required. Right at the bottom, we're going to require a longitude. So we're going to require 2 values, latitude delta and longitude delta. So here, we're going to have delta. Okay, it's supposed to be delta here. And right at the bottom, we're also going to have delta, right? So we have latitude, longitude, and the other thing that we're going to take into consideration is the address of the restaurant. Okay. So for our address, we're going to have a type, and our type is going to be of type string. And this address is going to be required. So we need to set the required boolean to true. And here we need a title. So I'm doing this because I need to use this data inside of our map. Okay, so when we're in our map, we don't need to get the data from somewhere else. We just need to get it from code, from the coordinates, and display it on our map rather than trying to get data from different places. Okay, so right here, I'm going to make this type as a string. It's supposed to be string. And required is supposed to be set to true. Okay, like that. So we're done creating this schema. So let's just go through it so that we can see whether we didn't make any mistakes. So first we need a title. Our title is a string. We need time. Image URL, food, pickup, delivery owner, code, logo URL, rating count, encoding. Okay, so this is good. So next we're going to focus on creating our functions. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit more functions as compared to the ones that we created before, because we need to have recommendations, we need to add, we need to trigger whether a restaurant is in service or not. Okay, so we need to add one more value here. Okay, is available, a boolean value. Okay, true. Okay, so this boolean value is going to be the one that we use to trigger, like whether a restaurant is operating or not, open or closed. Okay. Okay. The required is going to be true. Yeah. Okay. Since we have a default value, either way, the difference is the same. Is available. So we are done with this part. Next, let's focus on our functions. So before we do that, let's just create a restaurant control. And it has to be a JS file. Okay. For us to create a restaurant, we're going to require the model that we're going to use. So here we need an instance of our restaurant model. Okay, so we're just going to call it a restaurant. So we need to specify the path where we're getting this model. So we need to access our models. After accessing our models, we need to map the file that we want to get to this restaurant. Okay. So as we did before, if we hover over pressing command and press, we're supposed to be taken back to our restaurant model. So let's just close. After that, let's just close. Down below, we're going to export all the functions that we're going to be creating down here. Okay. So the first one that we're going to create is going to be add restaurant. Okay. So our add restaurant is going to be asynchronous and is going to take a request and a response. Request response, and then in here we need to go ahead and create our restaurant. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and have a try catch block. So in our try, we're going to go ahead and save our data. So we need to have our data right here on top. So we're going to capture the data from our request body. So we need to create an instance of our data. So here is supposed to be a new restaurant. So the data that we're getting the data from our request body. Okay, request.body here. We're not going to do much to make it complicated. So that's how we're getting our data. And then down here in our try, we're going to await this data that we're getting from our request body, and then we're going to save the data to our database like that. And then right at the bottom, we're going to return a response, a status with a response. So our status is going to be 201 since we are done creating something, and our something here in this instance is the restaurant. So here we need to pass the status, and our status is going to be true. And we need to pass a message. Okay, so our message is going to be a string. So we say restaurant successfully created, like that. And if we do have an error, we're going to send back a response with the status 500. So here we're supposed to pass JSON, and then we can just, okay, now let's just do the same here, a string. Let's close it, and let's close it again. So here it's supposed to be, okay, and our error is supposed to be error creating restaurant. So we're done with this function. The next function that we're going to create is to trigger the availability, service availability. So let's just add a comma, and let's have another function here, service availability. Supposed to be availability, okay? So it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take 10 parameters, request response, we add a comma afterwards, and inside we're going to require the restaurant ID, okay? So we need to create an instance of the where we are going to store the restaurant ID. And this restaurant ID is going to come from our params, okay? ID is equals to request param, like that. So once we have our restaurant ID, we need to go ahead and have a try catch block. In our try, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to check whether that restaurant exists or not, because you're not going to trigger something that doesn't exist. So we're going to get a restaurant with the same ID that we have on top, okay? Like that. So we're going to just access find one by ID, and this ID is the ID that we're getting from our params. After getting that, we need to check, like if it is not a restaurant, then we're going to go ahead and return a status like 43. And here we need to pass back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have status, and our status is going to be false. And message, the message that we're going to pass here, we're going to say restaurant not found. So that's all that we need to do there. So if the restaurant exists, then we're going to access this data, okay? So here it's supposed to be restaurant dot is available is equals to not restaurant is available. Okay, so that's how we trigger. After that, we're just going to await restaurant, and then we save, and then send back a response. Okay, so here we're going to have a response with the status, and our status is going to be 200. And then we need to pass back a JSON. Okay, so our JSON, we're going to pass back a status, and our status is going to be true. Let's see. We need to close this. So we can say availability successfully. Good. Okay. So something like that. And then here, let's just pass the data. Okay, is available. Let's just bring this so that everything can be visible. It looks like we have an error. This is supposed to be inside. Let's get rid of this comma here. So that's how we're going to do it. If we do have an error, then we're just going to say error tagging restaurant availability. Okay, we can get rid of this error. We don't need it. So that's going to be our second function. So let's move on to our third function, which is to delete the restaurant. Okay, so when you're deleting a restaurant, there's some certain steps that we should take, but I'm not going to go like all the way. It's something that like you can figure out how to do. So once you delete a restaurant, you need to go ahead and find all the, okay, let's say a user deleted the restaurant. You need to go ahead and find all the data or the food that is under that same restaurant, and delete all the food that you have in your database. That's the best way to go about it. So here we're going to take request and response. Let's add a comma first. So to delete a restaurant, we're going to require an ID. So we need to capture our ID like that. After capturing our ID, we're going to have a try catch block. In our try catch block, we need to await. Okay. So it's supposed to be restaurant dot find one and delete. Okay. So if you're finding one and delete, we are going to delete using our restaurant ID like that. And then pass back the data, but this might be a little bit tricky. What if someone passes the wrong ID? Okay. So we need to go ahead and do what we did like with this. Okay. We can copy this, paste it here. Okay. Find the restaurant with the restaurant ID. If not restaurant, then restaurant not found. If the restaurant is found, then we're going to just delete that restaurant, and then we pass back a response. Okay. So we come down here. The status is going to be true. Message is going to be restaurant successfully deleted. Okay. successfully and deleted, something like that. So let's save. If we have an error, we just return a 500 with the error. So here it's supposed to be deleting the restaurant. Okay, let's save. So we are done with that function as well. So we need to go ahead and create our next function, which is get. We need to get a restaurant. Okay, get a restaurant. So it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take a request and a response. And we need to go ahead and have the instance of our ID, the ID that we're going to get from our params. And then we're going to use that ID to find a restaurant. So we need to have a try catch block. In our try, we're going to create a variable with the name restaurant, and we're going to await our restaurant. We find one by ID, and then we pass the ID that we get from our params here. Okay. So if the restaurant is not found, then we're going to pass back a 403, 404. It's supposed to be 404 here, not 403. Restaurant not found. Else, we're going to go ahead and return a response. Okay, so it's supposed to be response.status, and our status is going to be a 200, and then we pass back JSON. So our JSON here is going to be the restaurant data that we get from our database. If we do have an error, we're just going to return a 500, and then false message. We can say error retrieving. Supposed to be retrieving the restaurant. Okay, then we get rid of the availability here, like that. So that's all that we need to do to get a restaurant. Next, we need to go ahead and work on the longest one, which is the one that we're going to use to suggest like random restaurants to users. Okay, so in our homepage, when a user opens in the application, we're supposed to suggest them like the restaurants which are closer to them if they set their location. If they don't set their location, then we're just going to suggest random restaurants around. Okay, so here we're going to create one with the name get random restaurants. Okay. Like that. Let's add a comma right on top so that we get rid of the error. So our error is gone. So here it's supposed to be asynchronous. We're going to pass the request and the response, and then in here, what we're going to do, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable. Okay. So we're going to have let's random restaurant is equals to an empty array. Okay. So below, we're going to have we need to provide the code. Okay. We need to provide the code. if if we do have a code, then we need to send back the data that's related to that code. Okay. But if that code is provided and we can't find anything that's related to that code, we still need to get the data that we need to send back to the user. Okay. So those two scenarios. So this kind of function is like, even if something is not found, but we do have to send something back. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to have if a request that earns dot code. Okay. If we do have a code, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and set this random restaurant to okay. So here we're going to aggregate some data. We are going to create a pipeline to send back the data to our application. So we're going to use aggregate. Aggregate will allow us to send random data to our front end or to our response. Okay. So we need to have an array. Inside of our array, we're going to first we need something that's going to match the code that's provided in our request param. Okay. So match. So here we're going to match the code. Supposed to be in braces code. Okay, so we're going to match the code. If the code of the restaurant matches the code that's provided in the params, we're going to get that data and pass it back to the front end. And we need to provide the sample size, like how many items do we need to send back to the user. Okay, so for sample here, we're going to have size, and we're going to have a size of 5 items. And down below, we're going to exclude the IDs of these places. Not IDs per se, just some of the random data. We're going to exclude them. We don't want to send them back. Projects. So here it's supposed to be __p. And then we set it to 0. If we need to exclude something else later on, then we're going to do that. So that's our first. Okay. If this condition is met, then we're going to just return a response. Right at the bottom, so we can just say if not random restaurant length, then we are going to have another pipeline to get the data. Okay, so this pipeline, we're going to remove the matching criteria. We don't want to match it to anything. We're just going to get any 5 random items and pass them back to our user. Okay, like that. So that's all that we need to do. At the bottom, we're going to check if online. Then if we have like, if random restaurants got length, like got more than 1, okay, then we need to send back whatever we have in that. So we need to send back response status. And here, instead of sending back a status, we're going to just send back random restaurants. Okay, if we do have an error, then we're going to pass back that error. Let's use this. We can say false error finding restaurants. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be our pipeline for getting random restaurants. So let's close it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 functions inside of our restaurants. The next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and create our routers, and then we can test our. Now let's go ahead and visit our routes folder. In our routes folder, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it restaurant. Okay, it has to be a JS file. We can copy one of the routers that we have here. So we can just select everything, copy, and come back to our restaurant router, paste. So here, we're going to map this to a restaurant. Restaurant controller, okay? Okay, so the file doesn't exist. What we need to do here, is supposed to be restaurant, so probably I do have a typo here, like that. So this is the controller that we're going to use here, okay? So the first thing, we need to have a post, okay? So let's just change this. First, let's handle our post. So here, when we are posting, we're just going to use this as our URL, and then restaurants, then add restaurant, okay? So that's going to be our first. Our next is going to be a get, okay? So to get, we need to pass the ID, okay? So if we get restaurant here, we have over, we're going to require a restaurant ID, right? So what we can do here, we can change whatever we have here. So we need to specifically mention whatever we are going to retrieve from our params, okay? So let's just click here, and then here it's supposed to be .id. Everything else remains the same, okay? So this is supposed to be a get. And to get random, we're going to have another get, okay? And this get has to be a little bit different. So here, we're going to let's use this. Let's put it like this: by ID slash. When we want to get a single restaurant, we get by ID. So it's supposed to be API slash restaurants slash by ID slash then the ID. That's how we are going to get one. And to get the random restaurants, we just need to pass a code, okay? A code here. And then it's supposed to be code here. It's supposed to be code. So we're going to use this code to get random. Okay, so if we have a over, we're going to be using this code. And we're going to map it to the code inside of our restaurants model. which is this code. Okay. So let's save that, and to delete, we're going to just delete using the ID. So here is supposed to be delete restaurant. If we hover over, let's do what we did for get. So we mention specifically what we are getting, which is the ID. And then we just save that, go back, and we need to have a patch. Okay, so for patching, we're going to require an ID as well. And for this ID, we're going to, let's see, supposed to be a vendor. Okay, that's the one that we're going to use here. And for delete, we're going to, a person has to be a vendor to be able to perform these tasks. Okay, but to get this one, it has to be open. Get by ID, it also has to be open. A user doesn't have to be logged in. And to post, you just have to be a registered user. Okay. Service availability. Okay. So that's all that we need to do for this part. Next, we're going to go ahead and export. Not export. We already exported here. What we need to do, we need to go ahead to our service.js. Service.js, we need to have our restaurants here. And then we need to have our router. Okay, so right on top, we need to go ahead and have a restaurant router. And we need to map it to the right router, which is restaurant. And let's copy this and then come down here. We paste it here. Okay, so that's going to be our endpoint. So API / restaurant / then we do whatever we want to do. Okay, so we're done with that. Next, we're going to be running a test in Postman on creating a restaurant, patching, getting some random data, something like that. Okay, now that we're done done with our routers and hooking them up to our server.js, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open Postman. So in Postman, we need to just run a test. Okay, so we need to go to restaurants, add restaurants. Okay, so here, go to the body. Our body is supposed to be raw, and here it's supposed to be JSON. It's kind of odd that we don't have anything in here. Okay, so I'm going to switch my workspace. Restaurants, and okay. So I'm going to get the data from here. Go back to the same, and then just paste this data. Okay. After pasting the data, I'm just going to change the name here to the best. It's 20. The owner of the restaurant, we can just go to Auth, log in, get the ID from here, and then that's the ID that we're going to put here. Let's see, address. When it comes to code, the code, we have to put a specific code, is it? So to put a specific code, I'm going to visit my database. In my database, I'm going to get the That's the district. Okay, so district is supposed to be Union Square. That's for me. That's the district that I'm going to get, and the one that I'm going to use use as a code. Okay. That and everything else, I'm going to let it remain the same. Okay. Because the objective is just to create a restaurant, and I'm going to send this request. Okay, it looks like we do have an error. Let's see. Okay, here it's 6,000 instead of 6,002. Cannot post 44 not found. Let's see. No, okay. It's supposed to be restaurant, not restaurants. So let's just follow the same pattern. So here, instead of just putting restaurants, we're just going to go ahead with restaurant. Okay. Go back to Postman, and then we send the request. So at least now we're supposed to have something, a positive feedback. Let's see. Okay, everything is okay here. Go back to Postman. Something is off. The router. Okay, we didn't include the token. We didn't include the token, so that might be the issue. So let's cancel. After canceling, what we can do, we can just come to Auth, get the token from here, and then we're going to use it in restaurants. Okay, it's supposed to be bearer, paste our token, and then here we're going to inherit the token from parent. Okay, inherit from parent. So we're getting our token from this folder. False. Error creating restaurant. So let's see. Title time owner code. Let's cross check and see where did we make a mistake. So here, let's go to our function. In our function, let's have our error. Add a comma here. Okay, the validation longitude path is required. Delta is required. Okay, so these two, they are required. So let's go back to our model, to our restaurant model. Okay, so we have these two. So we have to have the delta and the latitude delta and longitude delta. So here I'm going to have default values for both. Okay. So that's how you can easily debug. So if you do have an error that you don't understand, just print out the code, the error message, so that you can see what's wrong, and then you can just go ahead and rectify the error. Okay. So for these two, the first one, that's going to be the longitude. So for the longitude, I'm going to put 0.0. 221. That's going to be our longitude. This one is going to be for longitude. So for the latitude, it's going to be 0.0 too many zeros. 122. Okay, like that. So let's just save. After saving, we need to go back to Postman. In Postman, we want to send back the. Okay, so we've successfully created a restaurant. Okay, so in order for us to get this restaurant, we need to have the ID, isn't it? So we can go to our database, go to restaurants, and then we can look for the last restaurant that we created, which is this one. Just get the ID, and then we're going to get restaurant by ID. So it's here, it's supposed to be get restaurant. Pass the ID. So it's an open. It's going to be an open. So here, it's supposed to be no authentication, and then send. So we're getting our data back. So far so good. These ones are going to be open as well. No authentication required. So we just need to set it to no auth. So for code, code is going to be a little bit tricky. Let's see. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Union square. Okay. We're getting 1 with union square. So that's going to work. And my other restaurants in the backend, they're using this code. So if you're getting random, we should get more than 1. Okay. So here, let's take, for example, we've got Burger King as our first restaurant, right? And we have other restaurants down below. If we send back this request, let's see. Let's just send with anything random. Then we're going to get random data, okay? So we are done with those. As for deleting, you can go ahead and test delete, and then we have another one, which is service. You can go ahead and test that one too. I'm not going to, but everything is set to the point that you can just create an endpoint and then create a request, and then you can just run a test. So before we proceed to the next function, what we want to do, we want to just go ahead and rectify something. Okay, so we want to take care of our patch. Okay, we want to take care of our patch restaurant service, whether to trigger it to be true or false. Okay, so in order for us to be able to achieve this, we need to do some extra steps. So like we said, when a user applies for them to be a vendor, automatically, like, their account is under a client, not a vendor. So you need to trigger it manually. I don't know the mechanism that you're going to use, but anyways, for me, I'm going to do it manually. Okay, so let's take, for example, the user in our database. Okay, this user that we created, we need to change the user type from client to vendor. Okay, so once we change this, then we need to come back to our auth folder, log in, and then we're going to log in with the same user. Okay, so if we log in, this is the data that we're going to get. If you check our user type, our type has changed to vendor. Okay, and that means whatever we we're encrypting is going to include this variable. Okay, so that means this user is now a vendor, and our token consists of, like, it has the variable included. Okay, so we're going to get this token because the old token doesn't work because it's encrypted and the user type is a client. So whenever there's a change, the user needs to log out and log in so that they can get a new token that can allow them to access the protected routes. Okay, so once you get this new token, you go to your restaurant and then you change the token here. After changing the token, you go to page service, to page restaurant service. Okay, so here you need the ID of the restaurant. And one other thing that you need to take care of, you need to go back to the server, and here you need to specify the param that you're getting, okay, which is ID. And if you're not getting the ID, if it is like this, then make sure that here you add a brace like this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run a test like that. And if we do have an error, then we can just rectify and move on to the next thing. So I'm going to send this. Okay, restaurant not found. So what we need to do, we need to go here and just use the ID. It's supposed to be ID lowercase. Okay, so if we come to our controller here, where we are paging, we're going to require an ID. This ID is the ID that we are going to be getting from here. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to run it again. Okay, so now we are able to trigger. So this is the variable that we are looking for. If we send this request again, then it's false. So we've successfully triggered the boolean. So it makes it easier for sellers to close their restaurants. Let's say it's time for them to close. Okay, then they can just close. If you want to take it a step further, you can just have time, right? Time in the backend, and then you can trigger it automatically from the backend. Like when this particular time is reached, then this boolean is triggered to false. That's another way to go about it. But now we need to move forward and deal with our categories. We need to create our categories before we go to food. Okay, so let's go back to our backend. What we need to do here, we need to go to our models. Okay, we need to create one model for categories. Okay, this is going to be one of the smallest models that we're going to have. So here it's going to be categories. It has to be a JS file. In this JS file, let's just go ahead, copy whatever we have in our UserSchema, and then we need to paste it here. So we're going to get rid of everything that we have here, and then we leave it like that. We need to change this name from UserSchema to category schema. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead with lowercase. It's going to be category schema, and here it's going to be category, like that. Okay, so inside of our category schema, we're going to require the title of that particular category, and it's going to be of type string, and it's going to be required. And down here, we're going to have a value. A value, not values. So we need to add a comma over here. After that, we're going to require an image URL. So what I'm going to do, for me, I already have the category, but I'm not going to provide the images, like images of categories. So what you need to do to get the images of categories, it depends on what you want to, like, how you want to set up your application. But you can go to this application. Let's see. That's this one, Iconate. Okay. So you can just download it. It's both on Windows and Android. Windows and iOS. Okay. So you need to go ahead, download it, and then here you can just search for the images that you want. Okay, let's say you want to have chicken as one of your categories. Right. We have chicken here. Okay. So for chicken, we're going to search in food. Let's see. We can search some like car. Let's see whether we can find something. Okay. So what you can do, you can download the icon, the image. So if you go to 144 now, you need to buy, but these ones are going to be smaller. So 96 by 96 will do. Okay. So you can go with 96 by 96, download, and then you can see whether you can upload the URLs. Okay. So that's it for that part. So we are done creating our schema. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our controller. So we need to create a controller here. In this controller, we're going to call it category controller. And it has to be a JS file. So make sure that this is lowercase like that. And it has to be a JS file. Okay. So for this file, we're going to require the schema that we just created. Okay. So we need to have the instance of our category, and it's going to come from, we need to specify the path in here. So our path is going to be models. It is going to be categories. Okay. And we need to export whatever functions that we're going to create in here. So here we're going to say module.exports. And then inside the braces, that's where we are going to have our function. Let's proceed. What we want to do, we want to create a function to create a category. Okay, so here we're going to have create category. Okay, so our function is going to be asynchronous. We're going to take in request and response. Comma. So inside, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and capture the data from our request body. So it's going to be new category. Supposed to be category here is equals to new category, and here we're getting the data from the request body. It's supposed to be request body. Once we capture the data, we need to have a try catch block. So in our try, we're going to just go ahead, await. Supposed to be wait here. new category, and then we're going to save. Okay. After we save, we're going to send back everything and the status. So our status is going to be 201 since we are creating a new category. And then we are going to pass back the JSON. Okay, so in our JSON, we're not going to send back the data, but what we're just going to do, we're just going to send the status. It's supposed to be status here. The status is going to be true alongside with the message. And it's going to be a string category saved successfully. So if we do have an error, then we're going to go ahead and send 500. And in our JSON, we're going to send the status as false. And then here, our message is going to be error.message. Like that. So we are done with this one. Let's move on to the next one. We're going to have to update category. Not categories, but category. We just need to update one. So it has to be synchronous. And we're going to take in the request and response. And let's close it. After close, right inside, when we're getting the we want to use the ID to update a category. Okay, so we capture the ID, more params. So here it's supposed to become ID is equal to request dot params supposed to be params here, and we're going to capture the ID. So here it's supposed to be ID, not IS. Once we have the ID, we need to capture the data as well. So we're going to have const title value, and we're going to have image URL is equal to the request body, like that. And down below, we're going to have our try catch block since we're going to be interacting with our database. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable with the name updated category, and we're going to await our category. First thing that we need to do, we need to find by ID and update. Okay. So we have our ID. That's the one that we're going to use to update. And down below, we need those values. We need the title, the image, and the value. Okay. So let's bring them down. Bring them down here. And here, close this. Let's bring this. Like that. Those are the values that we need here. So here, new to true. It's supposed to be inside a brace. Mistakes that are always made. New to true. After setting new to true, let's go this. So let's go ahead and condition. If not updated category, this spelling is wrong. If not updated category, then we're going to go and return a response. And our response is going to be response. Status is going to be 404. Here is going to be false. Message is going to be a string. Okay. Else, if our category is successfully updated, we're going to send a response with the status 200. And here, we're going to go ahead and pass back the status along with the message. Okay, to be after that, our message is going to be a string. It can be category successfully updated, something like that. Okay. If we do have an error, then we're going to pass back a response with the status 500. And here it's supposed to be false, and we pass back the message, so that part is okay. And let's go ahead and close it here. So we are done with updating our category. So let's go ahead and close this. Let's go ahead and work on our next function, which is delete category. So delete category is going to be the same. It's going to take in, it's going to be asynchronous, and we're going to take in the request and response. Let's close it. So inside, we need to go ahead. We need to go ahead and capture our ID, because we're going to pass the ID through our params. Is equal to request dot params dot ID. So what we need to do here, we need to have our try catch block. Okay, so in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and try to, okay, not try to, okay, we're going to have a category, and we're going to use, category. And first thing that we need to do, we need to find one by ID, okay? After we find one by ID, that means that category like really exists in our backend. So we need category, and then we're going to pass back the response. Okay, so here we're going to return the status 404 category not found. Else, we're going to our category, find one and delete. Same ID that we used to find the category, to delete the category. After deleting, then we send the response, and our response is going to be 200, and we need to pass back the JSON. So here we're going to require a status, and the status is going to be true, and we need to pass back a message, and our message here is going to be a string. So here we're supposed to say something like that. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And right at the bottom, we're going to take the error, response with the status code of 500, and the message is going to be error.message. Okay. Like that. So let's save. So we are done with this function. Let's move to the next one. So the next one, we need to create a function to get all categories, okay? To get all categories. It has to be asynchronous. Check the first in response. Let's close it. Try catch. So in our try, we are just going to go ahead and create a variable where we are going to store our data. So here is supposed to be categories is equals to await. We're going to await our categories. Category. Okay. After finding all the data, then we're going to exclude and then send back the data. So we need to send back the response. So here we're going to dot status. Status is going to be 200. Then we need to pass back JSON. So here we're just going to pass back the category. If we do have an error, then we're going to send a status 500. It's supposed to be 500 here. We're going to get the status and then false. And we're going to pass back a message. The message has to be a message. Okay. So it's supposed to be the same. Like that. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to create one to paste the image. Okay. So to paste the image, just change the image of a category. We don't need to change anything else. So if you want to paste the image, we can do that. So paste category image. This is like sort of like updating the image. It's way easier than updating everything. So it has to be asynchronous and it's going to take in a request and a response. So inside, the first thing that we're going to do is to capture the ID. So our ID is going to come from our requested params dot ID. Okay, so we have to pass it as an ID. Then we need to also capture the image. So here we're going to have const image URL is equals to request. We're going to send it through our body. Okay, like that. And down below, we need to have the try catch block. So in our try, we need to go ahead and have our existing category. It's supposed to be category here is equals to await category dot find by ID. Okay, so if we have an existing, then we're going to go ahead and use this existing one to achieve what we want to achieve. So let's just explain as we do. So first, we need to create a new variable with the name updated category is equals to new category. new category like that, and we need to have some braces inside. So the first thing that we're going to require is a title. So our title, we're going to get it from existing, okay? Existing categories dot title. That's going to be our title, and our value is going to be the same. But as for our image URL, it's going to be different. It's going to come from this image URL that we're getting from our request body, okay? So after we have this updated category, we need to save the updated category. So down below, what we need to do, we need to await the updated category, and then we're going to save the data. After saving the data, then we just need to pass back a response, okay? So we're going to have a response. Our status is going to be 200, and here the status has to be true, and the message is going to be category image. Successfully updated successfully. So let's go ahead, close it, and close it in here in the brace. If we catch the status is going to be 100, and inside with our status. So here we need the status, and we need to send back the error message. So we're done with patching the image. The next one that we're going to create is a pipeline to get random categories each and every time. So like in our homepage, the categories that we're going to get, they're going to be dynamic. They're not going to be like just the same ones that we're getting. So let's say we have 50 categories. Each and every time that we are making a request to our backend, then we're going to be changing the data that we're sending back each and every time. So like, let's just go ahead and create and get a random category like that. If you're getting random categories, we're going to require a package. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to let category. It's supposed to be category here. Is equal to await. So we're going to await the category, and then from our category, we're going to create a pipeline. So we need to use aggregate. So inside of our pipeline, we're going to have a match, okay? So we need to exclude one category. I'll explain as we go, okay? So we need to have a match. So we need to provide the value that we need to match with, okay? So our value is going to be in $sign and E. So this is for excluding something, okay? If it has the name more, we need to exclude it. We don't need to randomize it, okay? We just need to get a symbol of 7 except for that one, okay? Let's see. Okay, I'll open the simulator a little bit later so that we can have a little bit of clarification on what exactly am I trying to achieve, okay? So let me just run you through. Okay, so we have categories, and we want to add one more category. That's not going to be a category, but it's going to be a placeholder for you to click. If you click on it, it will show all the categories, but we're going to place it as a category. So when we're getting random categories, that certain category, it doesn't have to be reshuffled. It has to maintain its current position, which is the last position. So let's say we're getting 7 categories. Okay. So if you're getting 7, we're going to have those 7 plus 1 to make them 8. And the 8th one is going to always remain the 8th one. And it has to have this value. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So here we need to have our sample. Okay. Our sample is like how large is going to be the size of data, the chunk of data that we're going to send back to our user whenever they make a call. So here we need to have size, and our size is going to be 7. We're going to be returning 7 items each and every time someone accesses this pipeline. Okay. So since we're excluding this, we need to include it inside of this category. Okay. So here we are going to have another variable, const more category. That's the name that I gave it to. So yours might be a little bit different depending on what you're trying to achieve. So here we are going to await our category, and we're not going to aggregate, but we're going to find. Okay, so we're going to find 1, and we're going to use a value, and the value has to be more. If we find this category, we're going to store it here. Okay, after storing it in our variable, we need to have a condition if more category. Then we're going to go ahead and push this category to our category, these categories that we have here. Okay, so let's go ahead and not categories. Categories dot push. We're going to push more category. Okay, let's close it here, and then we're going to go ahead and return our response. Okay, so here is supposed to be response.status, and our status is going to be 200, and we need JSON. In our JSON, we just need to pass back category like that. And down at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to catch the error. Okay, so to catch the error, we need to send back the response. Status is going to be 500. So here, our status is going to be 4. And our message is going to be categories, is going to be error.message. So we are left with 1. We're done with our functions. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 functions. So next we're going to work on our routes for these categories, and then we can just run a test. Then we can move on to food, because our food is going to be linked to categories. So that's why we created categories first before we created the food. Proceed. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our routes for our categories. So we're going to create a new file. Okay. So the name is going to be category. It's going to be a JS file. So here, close everything. Let's delete this file because I made a typo. Okay. Let's create a new file. Here, this file. After we created this file, we're just going to copy one of the routes that we have here. Let's just copy the contents of the auth and we put the contents in here. So what we're going to do here, we're going to get rid of this part. Okay. So here we're going to have an instance of our category controller. Okay. It's supposed to be category controller here. Okay. So we need to specify the path with which way we're getting the to map to our category controller. Here, our file is going to come from our controllers. So in our controllers, we need to access the category controller. So we are done with that part, and we also need to import. So here, we're going to have middlewares and from the middleware file. Okay, we need to access our middleware over here. So let's specify the path middleware, and then here we want to go with verify token. So we need to go ahead and pick the middlewares that we want to use in this particular file. So let's see. So if it is for categories, the administrator is responsible for creating categories. Because if we give a vendor the permission to create categories, then in most cases, we are going to have a repetition of categories. So if the admin can just lead the way, like just create the category, and then the vendors will just put food according to the categories that are given, that would be a good way to go about it and just to keep the application clean. Okay, so here we're going to have our first, let's make it a put. So a put is to update the category. So we require an ID. So here we're going to access the categories controller, and then we're going to map it to update. Okay, update category. So to update category, we need the middleware. So we need to map it to admin. Next, we need a post. So to post, we don't need anything. We don't need an ID. We just need to be an admin. So here it's supposed to be create category. So let's add some space. Let's create our next one, and our next one is going to be delete. So to delete, we're going to require an ID. Okay. So here we need to pass an ID and delete category. So if we hover over, we're getting an ID from our request params. So this is the ID that we're passing here. Same as for this function, we're going to get an ID from our request params as well. So this is the ID that we're passing here. Okay. So I think that part is clear. And the next one is going to be a post as well. So we need to change the endpoint to image. Okay. So here is to just take the image. Okay. But it's going to be a post. we also require an ID. So here we want to use our category controller, and from our category controller, we're going to fetch image. Okay. So here, if we have over as well, we are going to see we require an image, and we require an image from our body. So that part is done. And down at the bottom, have a middleware, verify admin. And our last two are going to be get. Okay. So here we're going to have get all categories and get random. Okay, those two. The first is just going to be a get, and we don't need a middleware for this one, since anyone who has the application can be able to get all categories, as well as from random. Supposed to be random here, and let's get rid of the middleware. Okay, get rid of the middleware. Here is supposed to be get random categories. So we are done with this. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our server.js. In our server.js, the first thing that we need to do right on top, we need to create an instance of our router, the router that we just created. So let's just check first whether we didn't make any mistake or not. Category. Okay. Random, all categories, page image, delete, create, update, put, post, delete, posts, get. Okay, so here it's supposed to be a get as well. It's not supposed to be a post. So you need to make sure that if you're getting something, your method is a get method. If you're posting something, then your method is a post. If you're deleting, then it's supposed to be a delete. Okay, so let's go ahead and just create an instance of our router. So here it's supposed to be category. So let's get rid of that. Let's map it to the right file. Supposed to be category here. Now that we have this category router, we can use it here below. Okay, so here we're supposed to have category, not restaurant. So here we're going to just have category, and then we map it to category router. So we are done with this part. The next step that we're going to take is to just go ahead and paste our categories in Postman. So probably we're going to need an admin. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to test the open routes. And then we can just move on. You can take it a step further, create an admin account, and then you can run all the tests. But as far as I'm concerned, all the endpoints are working fine for the API. Okay. Now let's go ahead and open Postman. Okay. So in our Postman, we need to go to categories. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get all categories. Okay. So here it's supposed to be 6,000. Let's see. Yes, 6002 API, and then we're going to go ahead and get all categories. Okay, so let's try to send this request. Okay, so I have categories ready in my backend, so I'm able to get them back. Okay, so this is the list of categories that I have. So let's try to get random. Okay, if you're getting random categories, these are our random categories, and the last one is going to be more. Okay, so let's take a look at the first one and the last one. Those are the most important ones. So we say this one is our last one. Our first one is current. So if we send this request again, the first one should change. Everything else should change except for the last one. Okay. So we send this request. Our list changes. Everything changes except for the last one. Okay. So far so good. If you had to try to get a category, then you can do it. But like at this point, there's no point to get a single category because we're not going to be putting data underneath a particular category. What we're going to do, we're just going to link our food to categories. So whatever we're going to get is going to be related to the food. So it's going to be under the foods. Okay, so we can get foods by category. So these are the two important ones. And to add a category, we said we need to have an administrator account, but I'm not going to change the account to administrator. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back to backend, and then to our routers, and then change. I'm just going to change the name of, not change the name, but just remove the middleware so that I can add without a middleware. Okay. So let's go back to Postman. So in Postman, add category body. Okay, so let's just say fried rice. So here it's supposed to be fried underscore rice. The image, I'm not going to change it. I'm going to leave it as it is. So just post. So our category has been successfully created. If we come to get categories, we should have a new category in our list with the name fried rice. This one. So what we want to do here, we want to get rid of this. Created it. Okay, so to get rid of created it, what we can do here is to go to our model. We go to our model. Categories model, categories model, then we're going to just set it to full. We don't need timestamp. So that's it for categories. You can go ahead and test the other remaining three. Create an administrator account, or just change the current account that you have to administrator, log in again, get the token. After getting the token, use that token to make the request. Okay, so that's it for this part. Next, we're going to focus on our food. Okay, so food is going to be a little bit longer. It's going to be a little bit longer, but we need to just do it. So after food, we proceed to our cart because we have enough data to deal with our cart. And after our cart, we're going to deal with our orders. Okay. So that's it for this section. Let's see what we're going to have in our next section. For categories, let's go and move on to food. Okay. So for food, we need to first create our model. So we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it food. And it has to be a JS file. In this JS file, we're just going to copy the schema that we have, the category schema, go to our foods, and then we're going to paste our schema. So the first thing that we need to do, we just need to change the name from category schema to food. Okay. After that, we're going to change this name to food. Okay. So next, we're going to deal with our data. First, we're going to have our title. So we're going to leave this as it is. Next, we're going to have food tag. So these are going to be tags. Our tag are going to be an array. It is going to be required. Next, we're going to require an category, okay, with a lowercase c. So for category, it's going to be a string, and it's going to be required as well. And we're going to also require the code that we're going to use to create the pipeline. If you want to recommend the food to a specific user in a specific location, and it's going to be a string. Required is going to be true. And for the food, we're also going to have it available. Okay. So if something is there, like on the menu, it's still available, then it has to be reflected. If an item is out of stock, then you can just go ahead and trigger the boolean so that that item won't be shown to the user. Okay. It can be shown, but it can be shown as sold out, something like that, and it has to be a boolean. The required is going to be true, and by default, this value is going to be true, not false. Okay, like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have the restaurant. Okay, so we need to have the restaurant ID. Okay, so here we're just going to have restaurant. And for a restaurant, it has to be a MongoSchema. Mongo.schema type. Schema dot type. And our type is going to be type with a capital letter. It's going to be an object ID. Like that. Required is going to be, okay, we're going to remove this. So here we need a reference. So a reference is going to be reference. Like that. Next, we're going to require rating for a particular food item. So for rating, we're going to have min, and we're going to have max. So for our min, we're going to have a minimum of 1. For max, we're going to have a maximum of 5. So our rating ranges from 1 to 5. Okay. And here we need to also include the type. It must be type, and our type is going to be of type number. So let's have a default. So for default, we're going to set it as 5. Let's get a comma right on top. Okay, so we're done with this. Next, we're going to have the rating count. Rating now. So for rating count, it's going to be type string. Like that. And let's go ahead and close it. Right at the bottom, we're going to also require a description. It's supposed to be description here. And for description, it's going to be of type string. The required is going to be true. And we're not going to set any default for this because we want a user to just, a vendor to provide the description of a particular dish. And we're also going to have a price. So for price, it's going to be type number. Type number, and the required is going to be true. And for food, we're going to require additive. So for additives, we're going to have our type. Our type is going to be an array. The required is going to be true. Okay, the spelling might be wrong here. So we need to have the right spelling. So this is the right spelling. Let's add a comma right at the end. And images. So here is supposed to be image URL. Our image URL, we're going to have it as an array. The required is going to be true. The timestamps, we're going to set them to false, or we can just remove it. So see that you can set them false or you can remove them. So this is our food schema. So we can save our schema. The next thing that we're going to do is to create the functions related to this schema that we just created, and then we can move on ahead and create our controller. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new file, and we need to give it a name. For this file, it's going to be a full controller, and it has to be a JS file. And in this file, we're going to require our model. Okay, so our model, we have to give it a name, food, and it has to come from our model. Okay, so we need to access our models folder. In our models folder, then we're going to access food. Okay, so now we have our model. Right at the bottom, we're going to have module exports, and then we're going to create our functions inside. So the first function that we're going to create is get food, and it has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request and a response. So it's supposed to be a request response. Close it here. So inside, what we're going to do, we're going to capture the data from our request body. Okay, so here it's supposed to be new food is equal to new food. So here we're going to have we're going to access our request body, get all the data, save them in this instance, and then this instance is the one that we're going to save in our database. So right at the bottom, right after that, we're going to have a try-catch block. So in our try-catch block, we need to await this variable to have data so that we can save the data in our database. So we're going to await new food, and then we save the data. So after saving data, what we're going to do, we're going to send back a response with a status. Okay, so our status is going to be 200, and we need to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we need to send back a status, and the status is going to be true. And then we need to also pass back a message. We don't need to send back the data of the food item that we just created. So we can say food item successfully, something like that. So that's going to be our function. So in our catch, we need to just send back the response with the status, and our status is going to be 500. And then we need to pass back a JSON. So our JSON is going to have a status. It couldn't be saved successfully. So let's close that, and let's add a bracket. So here it's supposed to be false, not true. Okay. So we are done with this function. So let's move on to the next function. Our next function is going to be get food by ID. by ID. So it's going to require the same parameters. It's going to be asynchronous. It's going to require request response. And then we need to close it here. After closing, the first thing that we need to do, since we're getting a food item by ID, we need to have the ID. Okay, is equals to a request parameter ID. Here it's either ID, okay, but let's just specify food ID, something like that. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance with name food. So in this instance, we're going to just await the data that we're going to get from our database. Okay, so here we're going to use our food model, and then we're going to find one by ID. And the ID that we're going to use is the ID that we capture from our request params. And put it here. Okay. So if we have to do a conditional check down below. So if this food item is not found, okay, let's say the ID that's provided is wrong, then we're not going to have this instance. Okay. So if not food item, then we need to pass back. We need to return something to the user. Okay. So we are going to return a for phone. Status is going to be false. And here we need to say food not found. Okay. So that's the first thing that we need to do. If the food item has something, then we need to just pass back a response with a status, and our status here is going to be 200. And then we need to pass back the JSON. In our JSON, we need to have our status, and our status is going to be true. No, we don't need to pass back the status. What we can do is just to pass the food item, okay? Because we don't want our data to be nested. We just want to send back the data so that we can access it easily without any extra steps. So right at the bottom, we're going to send back a response with a status, and our status is going to be 500. And this status is going to be false, and we have passed a message. So our message here is going to be failed to get the food item, something like that. Okay, so here item can be lowercase. So we're going to close it, and we're going to add a bracket right here, and let's save. Let's move on to our next function. Our next function is going to get food by restaurant. Okay, so let's just create the function get food by restaurant. It's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take the same parameters, request and response. And let's just go ahead and close it. Right inside what we need to create an instance of the ID that we're going to capture from our request param, which is the restaurant ID. Okay, so a restaurant ID is going to come from request.param.id. Okay, we can just call it restaurant ID just to be more specific. Okay, and down below we need a try catch block. So in our try catch block, first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create an instance with the name foods. Okay, so here we need to go ahead and await our food, and then here we're going to find. Okay. So here we need to find items where restaurant is equal to restaurant ID. like that. So right at the bottom, we need to have a condition. So if not food, it's supposed to put or the length is equals to 0. So it's supposed to put the length is equal to 0. Then we need to return everything. Okay, so our response is supposed to be response.status, and the status is going to be 404. And that means we didn't find anything related to that restaurant. Okay, so here we're supposed to pass JSON. Status is going to be false, and we need a message, and our message is going to be no food items, no food items found. Okay, then we can just close that. So if we do have something right at the bottom, we're going to return a response with the status, and our status here is going to be 200. And then we're going to just return this item that we found here. Okay, so we're done with that part. If we do have an error, we're going to catch that error and send a response with the status. And the status here is going to be 500. And then we need to pass back a JSON. So our JSON, we're going to have a status, and the status is going to be false, right? So, and we need to pass back a message as well. So if we do have a message, this message has to be error.message. Okay, error.message, something like this. Okay, so we are done with this function. Let's go ahead and move on to our next function. So our next function is delete food by ID. Okay, so our function is going to be asynchronous async, and it's going to take in a request and response. So to delete, we're going to require the ID of the item that we're going to be deleting. So we need to capture that ID. So that ID is going to come from a request.params, and is going to be ID here. So let's close that. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block, not a try, but a try catch. So first, we need to have a variable with the name food. Okay, it's equal to await food defined by ID. So we're going to look for the item first before we delete it. So the ID is going to be the food ID. Okay, let's close. So right at the bottom, we're going to say if not food, and then we're going to return a response with the status of 404. 404, and we need to pass back a JSON alongside the status. Okay, so here we're going to have the status first. So status is going to be false, and we need to send back a message. So for message, we're going to pass back a string. Okay, so for string, we can say food item not found, something like that. Okay, in a case that we have a food item, we need to go ahead and delete that item. So right at the bottom, we're going to await food dot find find by ID and delete. Okay, so we just need to pass the ID, which is the one that we have on top, the food ID, and then after we delete, we need to send back a response with a status of 200. And a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to pass back the status, and our status is going to be true. And the message is going to be the food item successfully deleted, or we can say deleted successfully. Something like that. Okay, with a Y here. If we have an error, we're going to say response.status, and our status here is going to be 500, and we need to pass back a JSON. JSON, it's supposed to be JSON, and we need to go ahead and have our status as false. Okay, after we pass the status, and then we're going to pass back a message. And our message, we can just say, okay, so here, let's pass back the error.message here. So we are done with that function as well. So we need to move on to our next function, which is to toggle the food availability. So we're going to give it a name, food availability. Okay, so that's going to be the name. And for food availability is going to be asynchronous. And it's going to check in a request and a response. Something like that. And in here, we're going to capture the ID. So here it's supposed to be food ID. Is equals to a request.params.id. Once we have our ID, we're going to have a try catch block. So inside of our try catch block, we're going to find a food item first, and then we're going to use the instance that we get, that we stored the data that we get from our database to make some changes. So here we're going to have food is equals to await food dot find by ID. The ID is the ID that we captured here. And then we need to have a condition. If not food, then we're going to return something down here. Okay, we're going to return a full form. Food item not found. Okay, so that's going to be it for that part. If the food item is found, we're going to access the food item, and access this value is available. Okay, and then we're going to make a change to it. Is equal to not food dot is available. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. And then right at the bottom, we need to await, and then we need to go ahead and save the food object. Okay, like that. So we just need to call the save method here. Okay, after saving, we're going to return a response with a status of 200. And we need to pass back JSON. In our JSON, we're going to have our status as well as our message. So status is going to be true. And the message is going to be food availability successfully triggered. Successfully tagged. Okay, that's supposed to be toggle, something like that. And if we do have an error, we're going to do the same response dot status. And our status is going to be 500. And here we need to pass back JSON. For JSON, we need status, and our status is going to be false. Okay, they're supposed to be in braces here. Not array, but braces. Okay, and we need a message. So as for message, we're going to we're not going to make it a string, but we're going to pass back the error.message. Some supposed to be message here, something like that. So let's save. That's all that we need to do for our food availability. Right underneath that, we need to have another function to update a food item. Okay, so let's have the name update food by ID. Let's give it that name. Let's add a comma right at the top so that we won't have an error. We have to make it asynchronous. So inside is going to take a request and the response. Let's close that. So first thing we need to, since we're updating a food item by ID, we need to capture the ID, and the ID is going to come from requested params dot ID. Let's close that, and right underneath we're going to have our try catch block, since we're going to be interacting with our database. And right at the bottom, the first thing that we need to do, we're going to have our food object. Okay, so let's give it a name, updated food object is equal to await food just find by ID and update. So here we need to pass the ID, which is the food ID, pass a comma, put some braces, and we need to set new to true. It's supposed to be new, and it has to be true here. So before that, we need to have the data that we're going to be pushing to our database. So this data is going to come from request.body, like that. And at the same time, in here, we're going to run validator. Yeah, okay. So we will want to validate the data that we're passing, and we set it to true. Okay. So that's all that we need to do for that function. Let's try to format code. Bring this down. And we bring this down. Okay. It's okay like that. So that's going to be our item. So either way, right at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a condition. Okay, so let's say we run into an error trying to update our food item. We need to be able to send back a response to the user. So we're going to just return something here. Okay, return a response with the status. So our message is going to be food item not updated, something like that. So if the conditions or if the requirement of the request is met, then we're going to send back a response with the status, and the status is going to be 200. And then we're going to pass back the JSON, not status. It's supposed to be JSON. Instead of our JSON, we just need to pass back the status and the message. We don't need to send back the data. Okay. Our status is going to be true here, and the message that we're going to pass is going to be a string. So it's supposed to be the food item successfully updated. Successfully updated. Something like that. Okay. So let's go ahead and deal with our catch. If we catch an error, then we're going to send back a status, and the status is going to be 500. Let's send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to do the same. So first, we're going to send back a status. And then in our status, we're going to set it to false. And for our message, the message is going to be error.message. Okay. So that's it for that function. Let's move on to our next function, which is adding a tag. This one might be a little bit longer. So let's continue in the next session. We've created like quite a little bit of functions. This controller is quite huge. Now we need to go ahead and move on to add food tag. We want to be able to add a food tag even after a food item has been created. It makes it a little bit simple. We don't need to edit the whole food item to just add a tag. So we need to create a function with the name add food tag. Okay. And it has to be asynchronous. Let's see. It has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request and a response. Request, response. Okay, why the color is different? Let's check. Add tag. Okay, asynchronous. Okay, so now we can rename it. I wasn't sure why the color was different. Add food tag. So let's close it. So let me just create all the functions that we need to create and then rename them, and then we can come back to just work on them. The next one is going to be gets. Supposed to be random food by float. Okay, that's going to be the next one. After that, we're going to add types. Add food type. So the type can be vegan, like which section, salad, something like that. Okay, so we're going to have another one to get the random by category and code. Okay, so these are the 4 functions that we're going to be focusing on. So the first one is to add a tag. So to add a tag, the first thing that we need to capture the ID and then the tag. Okay, so we're going to create a variable with the name food ID, and it's going to come from our request params.id. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a tag from our request body. Okay, so this tag is going to be, let's see, let's open our controller. Not our controller, it's going to be a food tag. Okay, food tag. So we're just going to edit here, so it's okay. Can be a tag, so it's okay. So right at the bottom, let's go ahead and have not type error, but try catch. So in our try, the first thing that we need to create an instance for food. So we need to await our food, and then we're going to find one by ID. And then we're going to use the food ID. After that, we need to check if this food ID, not food ID, this food instance has something or not. If the food variable, the food object has nothing, then we are going to pass back a response. Okay, so this is going to be our response somehow, going to be for phone. That means that item is not found. Okay, not found. Supposed to be found here. So down below, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and check if the food dots. Here we're going to accept food tag dot include. So since it's a list, if it includes tag, then we are going to pass back a response, and we're going to pass a message. Tag already exists. Okay, because you don't want to add the same tag more than once. So if it doesn't exist, so we're going to add the tag to our food tag. So we need to access the food tag, and then we need to push. And we're going to put the tag inside of this array. And then we're going to save. Okay, we're going to await of food object, and then we're going to call this save method. And after saving, we need to send back a response. So our response is going to be 200. Our status is going to be true. The food tag is successfully added. Like that. And if we do have an error, then we're just going to return a 500 false. The message is going to be error.message. error.message here. So that's it for that part. Let's go ahead and work on our next function, which is get random foods by code. So let's get inside. So here we need to create a pipeline. So we're going to have a try catch. So first we're going to have a random food item. Okay. So this item is equal to await food dot aggregate. So since we're going to get the food by code, we need to match it to the code. Okay. So first we're going to have match. And we need to access the code. And the code has to be the same as the code passed in our requested param. So mind you, we are passing something in our param, and it has to have the name code. And here we need the sample size, so like how big the sample that we're returning. Okay. So for sample, we're going to have a size of 5. We want to return 5 items. And from this, we're going to use the project. Okay. So we want to exclude the ID underscore ID. We're going to set it to 0. So that's it for our pipeline. Let's close it here. And down at the bottom, we just need to return a status. And the status is going to be 200. And we need to pass back JSON. So our JSON data is going to be this random food item. So if we do have an error, we're going to just pass the status, and our status is going to be 500. And here we need to send back JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have the status first, supposed to be status here. So we're going to have a status, and then our status is going to be to post. And then let's send back a message. Our message is going to be error.message. Okay, so it's supposed to be dot message here. So mind when you are writing the code not to make any unnecessary errors. So we are done with this one. Let's go ahead, close it. Right now, we need to focus on adding food types. Okay, so for type, the first thing that we need the food ID. So we need to have a variable. It's supposed to be food ID right here, and our food ID is going to come from request.param dot ID, like that. So right at the bottom, we're going to capture our food type. Okay, let's just write food type is going to come from our request.body. It's supposed to be body here. And body.food type. Okay, food type here. Let's close. So if it is like this, then we can just leave it like that. Okay, so it's going to be a string. Now that we have our food type, then we can go ahead and have a try catch block. Okay, so in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to look for the food with this ID. Okay, so first we're going to find by ID. We need to pass the food ID. Okay, and right at the bottom, if not food, then we need to pass back a response. It's supposed to be return. So here we're going to return a status and not status. It's supposed to be status here. And our status is going to be 4 for 0 phone. Then we need to pass back JSON status false. Error.message. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, we are going to go ahead and do with the scenario where we do have our data. So if we have our data, we need to have another condition to check whether the food type is within our list or not. Okay, so we need to access this food type. Okay, and let's check if this list includes the food type that we're trying to push. Okay, if it includes the food type, then we know the food type already exists. So let's open our food tag. We can copy this one. So here it's supposed to be 400, not 4 phone. Pass a 400 false, and then we can just say food type already exists. So here we can make this a lowercase. If it doesn't exist, then we're going to access the food type list, and then we're going to push the food type. Okay. After pushing, now we need to save the new data. So we're going to await. It's supposed to be await food.save, like that. And then return a response with the status of 200. And the status is going to be true. And a message is going to be type edit successfully. Something like that. And we need to go ahead and close. So here it ain't supposed to be a return. It's supposed to be a response. Let's go ahead and close this like that. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to go ahead and return a status of 500 false 500, and this status has to be false. The message is going to be error.message, and we need to go ahead and close it. Okay, after closing, then we are done with add food type. Right at the bottom, now we need to get food by category and code. So this one is a little bit tricky. So in this one, we're going to be capturing two things from our params. So the first one is going to be a category, and the next one is going to be a code. Okay, so here we're going to have const category, and then code is equals to the request dot param. Okay, so these are the values that we're getting from our param, and down below we need to have our try catch block. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to create a variable where we are going to store our data. So first we need to create a pipeline. Okay, it's supposed to be let food here. Is equal to a wait. So now we're creating our pipeline. So to create our pipeline, we're going to use aggregate. So here, the first thing that we need to match. Okay, it's supposed to be match here. We're going to match the data to the parameters that we are providing. Okay, so if we find the data that matches these parameters, that's the data that we're going to send back to the user. Okay, so the first one is going to be category. So the category is going to be mapped to category. That's the category that we have here right on top. And the next one is going to be code. And this code is going to be mapped to the code that we have on top. So we are done with that part. Next, we are going to have a sample. So let's go ahead and have our sample. So our sample is going to be the size 10. So that's the first thing. So there's a scenario whereby we are not going to get the food. So we need to check the length. Okay, so let's just call it foods here. Since we're going to return 10 items, so we need to check if not foods, or the length is equal to 0. Let's say foods.length is equals to 0. Then we're not going to send back an error message, but what we're going to do, we're going to create another pipeline. We need to get another stream of data. Okay, so let's just copy the pipeline that we have on top. So here, let's say this category is not matched. So we're going to try to find the data using the code only. Okay, and our sample is going to be 10. So if this category, if this is not satisfied also, then we're going to go ahead and have an else. So in our else, we're just going to return the data without matching anything. We just need to return something at the end of the pipeline. And then right at the bottom, we're going to send back a response with the status, and our status is going to be 200. And let's pass back JSON. And in our JSON, we need to pass back the food like that. Right at the bottom, if we do have an error, we're going to pass the status, and our status is going to be 500. And pass back JSON. As for JSON, we're going to pass back an error. Okay, but first let's just go ahead with uniformity throughout our application. So first, we have to make it false, and we have to pass back a message, and our message is going to be error.message, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. Now, okay. So that's what we need to do. Now let's go ahead and close it here. So we are done with our functions. The next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our routes. And work on our routes. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it food. It has to be a JS file. So as what we were doing in our previous ones, we just need to copy. Let's copy our smallest one, which is the auth. Okay. And paste the code in here. So we need to have our food controller. It's supposed to be food, and we need to map it to the right controller, which is going to be the food controller. Everything else remains the same. So right in here, we're going to require middleware, since we're going to be hosting. Okay. So let's just copy this, and we can make changes in a little bit. So since these are food endpoints, what we need to have the verified vendor. Okay. So it's either an administrator or vendor can take care of this part. So the first one is going to be a post. Okay. This post is going to be the map to our food controller, and in our food controller, we're going to add food. That's the first. The next one that we're going to have is going to be posting a tag. So it's supposed to be tags, and for tag, we're going to require an ID. It's supposed to be food controller. It's supposed to be add tag. So if we have an over, we're going to require an ID. This is the ID that we are passing here. So far so good. Let's copy and paste. So right at the bottom, we want to add type. So we're just going to call it type, and we require an ID. So here it's supposed to be add type. Okay. Let's have an over. We require an ID. So that's okay. Let's move on to the next one. So our next one is going to be a get. Okay. So we're going to get by ID. So here it's supposed to be get food by ID. Right after that, we're going to get food by category and code. So let's just get by category and code. So the first thing that we're going to require here is the category, and then we provide a code. Okay, so here we're going to have category slash colon and then code. You can do it vice versa. Either way, the results are going to be the same. So if we have an over, we require a category and a code. Let's get back, copy paste. So the one below us, it's going to be a delete. So when we're deleting a food item, we require an ID. So here is supposed to be food by ID. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a pack. So patching, we are going to require an ID. So here, the name is going to be food availability. Okay, so if we have an over, we require the ID. This is the ID that we're passing here. Save, copy and paste. Right at the bottom, we're going to get the food by restaurant. Okay, so here we're going to have to change our endpoint to restaurant. Then we're going to require a restaurant ID. That's the way that we put it across. So here it's supposed to be gets food by restaurant. Okay, so let's see, it's supposed to be a get, not a patch. So if we have a over, this is going to be our parameter restaurant ID. So it's going to be the same here. Right at the bottom, we are going to require another one. We want to have a recommendation. I doubt that we created something related to recommendations. So let's go ahead and visit our controller. Okay. So either way, let's see. Get random food by code. So these ones can act as a recommendation somehow. Category and ID. So this is the one that we're going to use to recommend a user like some food, since it's going to get random food using a particular code. So we're just going to recommend that user the food that's coming from a particular region, because it's pointless for us to go ahead and recommend something to someone, to recommend something they cannot access already. Okay, so let's take, for example, let's take China, for example. You're in China, you're in Shanghai, but you get a recommendation from Hangzhou. That's irreasonable, because you're not going to be able to order that food unless you're in Hangzhou. Okay, so this is what we're going to use. So we're done with our router. So what we need to do here, we need to protect our routes. So to add food, you need to be a verified vendor. To add a tag, you need to be a verified vendor as well. Post the type, you need to be a verified. Get is going to be open. Delete, you need to be verified as well. Patch, you need to be verified. And all the gets are going to be open. Okay. So right now, let's go to our server.js. So here, we're going to say foods, and let's create an instance of our router. So we're going to give it a name, food router. Okay, so here, it's supposed to be mapped to food. And that's the one that we're going to be using here. Okay, so we're going to access it as food slash, and then we do whatever we want to do after that. Okay, right now we need to go ahead and run a test on the endpoints that we just created, the food related endpoints. And one other thing to take note before we start running a test, the user that we're using should be either an admin or a vendor. Okay, so if we go to our Postman, in our Postman, we go to Auth. Okay, so let's say this one is a vendor. So that means if we use this token, the token is valid enough to run a test here. Okay, so we just go to authorization, bearer, and then we paste the token here. So let's save. After we save, we can go back to food. Let's just start by running like individuals. Okay, so this is for to get a food by ID, if I'm not mistaken. So like if we run a test, then we should get a particular food related to this ID. Okay, so this is what it looks like: the ID, the title, the tag, the food types, the code, availability, restaurant, rating, rating count, description, price, additive. Okay, so additives, we are passing them as objects. Okay, because why we are doing this, when we an additive have to have like a separate price. Because for instance, a person wants to add something to their particular order. If that one thing they're adding has a particular price on it, that price should be added to the total price of the order. Okay, so that's why we do have this structure here, and we have a list of image URLs and the category and the time it takes for the restaurant to prepare the food. So this time is going to be in time for preparation plus the time for delivery, giving us a total duration on like an approximate on how much time we can wait for our food, something like that. Okay, so let's go to get food by restaurant. So here we have a restaurant ID. Okay, so if we send this, we should be okay. There's nothing here. Let's see. Some of them we need to just go ahead and run them in a way that okay. So here, if we're getting food by code, so this is the code that I used for the restaurants that I've created so far. But we have one with the name Union Square. That's the one that we created together. Okay. That one ain't popping up. Get food. Okay. So that means Union Square doesn't have any food related to it. So that's okay. The list is going to be empty. By location. Okay, so this is the category, and this is the code. So we are running for this particular endpoint. Okay, okay. So if we take a look, we do have our category. Our category is way below. This is the category, and this is the code. So we are passing the category and the code in our param. These are the two values that we are looking for. So here we want to get an ID. So when we want to toggle something, toggle food availability, let's take a look at the structure of the endpoint. We just need an ID. Put an ID here. Authorization. Okay. So if we send this, we should be okay. Status is equals to true. It's been toggled successfully. That means this food is now false. Okay. The food with this ID. If we send the request again, it will be toggled again to true. So that endpoint is working fine. So let's take, for example, we want to add something. Okay. We should just write something. Okay. Coffee, for coffee, for example. I'm just going to write something random. The restaurant is going to remain the same. I'm not going to change anything. I just want to test whether the request is being sent successfully. Let's see. If we go to restaurants, so this is the restaurant that we created, and this is the code. So these are the values that we want to use to create this restaurant. Okay, so for restaurant ID, we're going to put the ID of the restaurant that we just created in the last section. And for the code, we're going to use union. Right? Like that. With false. Looks like we do have an error creating. Okay. So what we can do here, we can just go ahead and check what the problem is. So to do that, let's go ahead and visit our backend. So this is our backend. It feeds request body. Save. So here, instead of returning this, let's return error.message. Okay, like that. We want to see what's causing the problem. Okay, so let's send the request again. Category. We didn't put the category, so here we want to have a category. So for our category is going to be beverages. So let's go to categories. Let's see, beverages. This is the category ID for beverages. So beverages, coffee is included underneath beverages stuff. So it's best if you just take this category and we put it here. We have a comma, then send the request. Okay, so it's been successfully added. So now if we take Union Square here as our code and try to get food, let's see, not by restaurant, but by code. Okay, so we should be able to get this code, the one that we just created. So by location here, if we put Union Square, okay, let's say you are in Union Square as your district, right? you should be able to get something. This should be the category. So for the category, we're going to use the beverage category, which is this one. So let's say you're looking for beverages within Union Square. You should be able to, or you should be able to get the product that we just created. Okay, by location, we're saying, okay. So we've got quite a range. So this one is a pipeline as well. So if we send the request again, we should get a separate, not a separate, but a different list from the list that we once have. So that's how it works. Okay. So all the endpoints are working fine. If you want to add a tag, then you can add a tag. If you want to add food type, you can go ahead and run a test. So let's see what we can do here. We don't want to spend much time like just testing the endpoints. So for adding tags, you can go ahead and add a tag. So what you need to add a tag, let's open our backend. If you open our backend to add a tag, we're going to require, let's make this a tag. We're going to require ID of a particular food to add a tag. For type, you're going to require an ID as well, but don't forget to add these. Okay. So far so good. Let's move on. So next we're going to move on to, let's see, let's open Postman. So we're done with our restaurant categories, food, auth. So right now we can focus on address. Address is just to add address, get address, and then our cart. So let's break on these two, address and cart, and then we can finish with the orders. Okay. To move on to our cart. So we want to create our cart, and then probably next we're going to work on our addresses. Then last we can work on our orders. So the first thing that we need to do to work on our cart, we need to create a model. Okay. So we're going to have a cart, and it's going to be a JS file. So in this JS file, we need let's just say the template of the schema. So we can just go with the smallest one. Our smallest be the categories one. You can just copy paste whatever we have here on top. We need to import Mongoose first. We need to instantiate Mongoose first. Okay. After that, we need to change this from category schema to cart. Okay. So it can be lowercase or uppercase. Both cases are okay. So I'm just going to go with lowercase. And here we need to change the model name from category to cart. So we are done with this part. Now we need to work inside. So here for our timestamps, I'm going to set them to true. The first thing that we require right at the top is going to be the user ID. Okay, so our user ID is going to be a MongoSchema type object ID. Okay, so we can just say it's going to be an object ID like that. And we need to provide the reference. So here, instead of providing a required, we're going to have a reference, and our reference is going to be user. Okay, so we're done with our part. Next, we need to have product ID. product ID. So for product ID, it's going to be the same, going to be an object ID. And so we can copy whatever we have inside, paste it in here. So here, our reference is going to be food. Next, we need to have additive. Okay, so for additives, it's going to be an array. I'm just going to put an empty array. And we get rid of this required. Right at the bottom, we're going to require instruction. It's supposed to be instructions. The spelling is right, but we need a comma right on top. After that, we need to specify the type. So our instruction type is going to be a string, okay? And by default, we're going to have an empty string. Right at the bottom, we're going to have quantity. It's supposed to be quantity. Let's set a comma. Our quantity is going to be of type number, okay? Default quantity count is going to be 1, okay? It's going to be 1. So it's either, even if we don't provide the quantity, it's going to be 1, okay? Right at the bottom, we're going to require the price, okay? So that's going to be the total price. So for total price is going to be a number, and we're not going to have a default value, but we're going to make it required, because we cannot process an order without knowing the price of that particular item. Okay, so we are done with our cut model. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead to our controllers. In our controllers, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it cut controller. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. So the first thing, we're going to require a model. So this model is going to be a cut model. And we have to specify the path where we are getting the model. So we're getting the model from our models folder. And in our models folder, we have to access the cart, okay? And first, before we do anything, we need to export everything, every function that we are going to be working on. So we are going to use module exports, and then we can go ahead and write our function. So we are going to have several functions. First one is add product. The next one is going to be remove, fetch user cart, clear cart, get cut count, and decrement. Okay, so I'm just going to create a basic structure of the functions, and then we can go ahead, get into each and every function, and then finish everything. Okay, so the first one is going to be add product. It's supposed to be product to cart. Okay, like that. That's going to be first. It has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request and response. And we have to close it. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to copy it and paste it several times, and then just change the name. Okay. So here is supposed to be remove product from cart. That's going to be the second one. The third function that we're going to have is fetch. Okay. Fetch user cart. Right after that, we're going to have another one to clear user cart. So I can just copy the name from here, paste the name. Instead of fetch, we can just say clear. Okay. Clear user cart. And that's correct. And right at the bottom, we want to get cut count. because we want to keep the count of, our cart each and every time, because we need to display it in our home page and on the badge that we're going to put on our bottom navigation bar, bottom tab bar. Okay, sorry. Wait. Bottom tab bar or bottom navigation bar. Either way. The other one is for Flutter, the other one is for React Native. And the last one is to decrement. Decrement product quantity. Product QTY. Okay. Let's just put Q is capital. Okay. So these are the functions that we're going to be working on. Okay. So before we even do anything, what we can do here, and we can take a different approach and first create our router, and then we can work on our function. Okay. So let's go to our router folder. In our router folder, we're going to create one for the cart, and it has to be a JS file. So in this JS file, we're going to require the same things we require here on top. Let's just copy paste, and then we need to export the router after we are done with our router. So right at the top, we need to change this from category controller to cart. Okay. So if we have all of we're taken to the right controller, so everything is okay right on top. So here, instead of verify admin, we're going to use verify and authorize as our middleware, since a cart is related to a user. Okay. So that part is okay. So the next thing that we need to do now, we need to work on our routes. So I'm just going to take one route from here and then paste it here. Okay. So the first thing is to post. Okay. If you are posting, you want to verify and authorize. This is going to be a cart controller. It's going to be add product to cart. That's going to be my first one. But here we don't have to provide an ID. Okay. We just need to remove the ID. We don't need names for that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have another one, and it's going to be a post as well, but it's going to be slash decrement, like that. When we're decrementing, we need to map it to decrement product quantity. Let's have our next router. So our next router is going to be delete. Do we have a delete here? The delete function. Let's see. Oh, it's supposed to be removed from parts. Okay. Here it's supposed to be delete slash. Then we're going to require an ID from the params, and here it's supposed to be remove product from cart. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Our next one is going to be fetch. Okay. So if it is a fetch, we're going to require a user ID. Okay. To fetch a cart, we're going to require an ID. So this ID is going to come from the middleware. And here it's supposed to be get. Right at the bottom, let's go ahead and have count. get cut count. And right after that, we're going to have one to clear the cart. Okay, so to clear the cart, we need to have delete. So here we're going to be using delete many method to delete. Okay, so here the endpoint is supposed to be clear, and we're supposed to provide an ID. Okay, so we're just going to say clear here, and our ID is going to come from our middleware. So here we can say clear user card. So we are done with our routes. Next, we are just going to work on our functions, and then we can go ahead and test whatever we've worked on. Okay. And to work on our add to cart. Okay. So to work on this, the first thing that we need to do, we need to capture user ID from our middleware. Okay. User ID is equal to request.user.id. Okay. Once we have the ID, then we can use it to have some more operations. The next thing, we need to capture data from our request body. So from our request body, we're going to capture the product ID. And let's say we have total price. And we also have the quantity. The request.body. Okay. Okay, so the data is coming from the request body. Once we have this data, right on top here, before we do anything, we want to keep our count, our cut count. Okay, so we're going to create a variable for the count. And down below, let's go ahead and have a package block. In our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and check whether the product that we're trying to add to cart is existent or not. If it is not existent, then we're going to add the product. If it is existent, then we're just going to increment the count. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait cart, and then from our cart we're going to find one. Okay, so when we're finding this cart, we're going to use the user ID as well as the product ID. Okay, so these are the two values that we're going to use to look for our cart. And here we have to also take care of our carts, our cart count. So our count is going to await cart, and here we want to count the number of documents that has the same username. Okay, not username but user ID. That's how we are going to keep track of our cart count. So down at the bottom, we are going to check if existing product. If existing product, then we're going to do something, right? Else, we're going to do something else. Okay. Okay, so here, let's get rid of this. Nah, let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. So let's deal with our first condition. Okay. The existing product dot quantity. If it is existing, we have to just increment the quantity here plus equals to 1. We add by 1. And then the price plus equals to total price. This total price is the price that we're getting from our request body, from our API call. Okay. And then we're going to await this existing product, and then we're going to say, so even up until this point, if we save this object, we have our count here, and the count is not going to change because it's just like updating the existing document. So count of the document is not going to change, but we just need to keep track of the count each and every time that we make it more to our cart API. So if this product is not existent in our cart, we're going to create a new cart object. Okay. So here is supposed to be new cart is equal to cart, new cart. That's wrong. First, we're going to require a user ID. This user ID is going to be the user ID that we have on top. Next, we're going to require the product ID. So let's say our product ID is going to come from request body, that product ID. Let's have additive. So additive, they're going to come from request.body, additive, not address. It's supposed to be additive, like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have instruction. If we do have instruction, we're going to map them to this. That's total price. The request body dot total price. That's going to be our next. And last but not least, we need to take care of the quantity. And the quantity is going to come from the request body dot quantity. So that's how we create a new object. And then we're going to await new cart, and then we save. Okay. After saving, then we also need to take care of this count, because this count, okay, we just take care of it again. After taking care of the count, then we can send back a response here. So our status is going to be 200. And then we need to send back J. So in our JSON, we're going to send back status. It's true. And then we're going to send back count. Okay, so that's it for this particular function. Okay, it's quite long, but we are done with it. Next, we're going to move on to the next one, which is remove product from cart. Okay, so this one is going to be a little bit smaller than the first one that we created. So let's just go ahead and just try to finish it. Then we can focus on the remaining ones. Okay, so here, first thing that we need to do, we need to capture the item ID. Item ID, that's the item that we want to remove from the cart, and it's going to come from param. Okay, and it's going to be ID here, and we also need a user ID. User.id. So we have these two. Right after, we're going to require a try catch block. And you know what, try the first thing that we need to do, we just don't need to delete the product straight ahead without checking its existence. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do, just going to have an instance where we are going to store the cut item first, just to check its existence. Okay. We're going to wait, supposed to be wait here. Card.find one. Fine. It could be find by ID. Find by ID. Okay. So here it's supposed to be item ID. So right at the bottom, if.cutItem, then we're going to return something down here. So we're going to return a response with the status 404 and a JSON. Okay, so inside of our JSON, our status is going to be false. And let's pass a message. And our message would say that item not found. Something like that. Okay, so let's save that. Right at the bottom, then that's where we need to just go ahead and delete the cut item if it is existing. So we are going to find one and delete. We're going to find it by ID, and we have to map the ID to item ID, like that. After we delete, we're going to have count. We need count. Okay, so here we're going to let count. So we're going to get this count, and we're going to use it down here. Because if we delete something, we need to decrement the count. So we are going to do it here. Okay. After we delete the count, we need to send back a response to the user. And we're going to send back the count on. We're not going to send back the cut data. Okay. So this one has to be cut count, like that. That's how we are going to send it back. So here we can send a response. So our response status is going to be 500. It goes here and here, going to be message, supposed to be error.message. So let's just copy and we paste it here. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to be focusing on fetching the cart, and then we can complete with the remaining 4. We want to move on to fetching a user card. So to fetch a user card, the first thing that we're going to require is the user ID. So we need to capture the user ID and store it in this variable that we're going to create right on top. And we're not going to get it from param, but we're going to get it from our middleware. So it has to be user.id here. After that, we need to have our try catch block. So in our try, we need to create an instance where we are going to be storing our data. We need to just create a variable where we are going to store our data. So let's give it a name. We're going to give it a name user card. And this user card is going to await the product that we're going to find in our database with the same username as the ID that we just passed right here on top. Okay. So here we're going to use user ID to find product, and this user ID is the one that we're going to use. Okay, so first, after finding these, what we need to do, if we take a look at our model, let's bring our cut model here. So here we have product, right? So our product is an object ID. So we need to populate the object ID with some data so that we can have the data that we want to display. So right at the bottom, we're going to populate. So when populating, we're going to choose some certain fields that we need to populate, and we need to specify the path with which we want to populate. So I'm bringing back this cart. This is going to be our path, okay? Product ID. So first, we need a path. So our path is going to be product ID. Okay, we can just copy here. Okay, so since we're going to populate using this model, we need to select some certain fields related to this model. Okay, so we're going to close this and we're going to bring the foods model here. Let's bring it side by side. So let's close this so that we can have enough space. So right at the bottom, let's just add a comma. We're going to select some certain field from this model. Okay, so the first one that we're going to populate is going to be the title. Okay, we need the title. Next, we're going to require image URL, and then the restaurant. Is supposed to be restaurant here. After that, we're going to require rating and rating count. So these are the fields that we need to populate. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we can populate these, and then all the data is going to be stored in here. After populating, we just need to send back a response. So we're going to have response with the status 200. So here we are not going to pass the status again as true, but we want to pass back the data. So we're going to pass the user card. What we can do here, let's do it like that. So this one, we're going to call it the cart. The status is going to be true, like that. Okay. And if we have an error, then we're going to send back a response with a status. Okay, the status code is going to be 500. The status is going to go. And here, we're going to pass back a message. Our message is going to be error.message. Okay, something like that. So we are done with fetching our cart. The next thing that we need to do is to clear our cart. Okay, so to clear our cart, we're going to use the same approach. So we might as well just copy whatever we have right here on top. Go to our function, paste this in here. So we don't need to populate anything if you're deleting the cart. Okay. So here we're going to use delete many. Okay. So we're going to delete many items with the same user ID. And we don't need to store the data here. And we're just going to pass back the status alongside a message. Say it's a string. Let's close this. We can just say cart cleared. And we need to take an extra step. So since we're clearing the cart, what we need to do here, let's go ahead and capture the user ID. Okay, since we have the user ID, we're going to use the user ID to update our account. Okay, so here we need this variable, and down here we're going to await the parts count documents. Okay, supposed to be count documents, and the documents that we're counting are the documents with the same user ID. Okay, so it's just the same process as we did before. And here we are passing back the message, and we should pass back the count as well, because we need to update the count like that. So let's get a comma. So that's the whole process. Okay, so here it's supposed to be no, which is equal to await. So we are storing whatever we are getting here inside of this count. So we delete first, and then we take care of our count, and we store our count here, and then we send our count alongside our response. So right now, let's move on to our second from last function, which is get cut count. So we just want to get it individually without and like including it in any function. Okay, so what are we going to do? The first thing, we need to capture the user ID from our request user. Right. After capturing, we need the trackage block. So in our try, first thing, we need to create a variable where we are going to store our count. Okay, so here it's supposed to be count documents. Count document, and we're using the user ID. That's all that we need to do there. And then we send back everything with the status. And our status is going to be 200. And here, it's supposed to be JSON. So inside, we're going to have status. And our status is going to be true. And after that, we're going to pass back the count. And when we're passing back this count, we're going to pass it as cut count. Okay. So that's all that we need to do. If we do have an error, then we're going to just send back a 500 with the error message. Let's save that. And so we are done with that part. And the last function that we are going to have is to decrement the product quantity. Okay, so for this one, we're going to require the user ID. And our user ID is going to come from our requests .user ID. So that means it's coming from our middleware, not coming from our params. And then we're going to require a product ID. The const product ID. Okay, is equal to request body dot product ID. Now we have those two. We need to have a try catch block. So first we need to find the product. Okay, we need to check whether that product exists in a user card or not. Okay, so here we're going to have a variable where we're going to store that particular product that we're looking for. So we're going to call it a card item. So here we need to find one, not find one, but we just need to find a card item using the user ID and the product ID. Okay. So here we're going to have user ID and we map it to the user ID. And we're going to have product ID and we map it to the product ID that we're going to receive in our body. And right at the bottom, we're going to check if that product do exist or not. If card item, if not card item, then we're going to return something down here. And we're going to return a response with a status 404, status code 404. And we need to pass back a JSON. So inside of our JSON, first thing is the status. Status is equal to close. And then message. Our message is going to be card item not found. If the card item is found, then we need to have a condition. Okay. If card item dot quantity is greater than 1, then we are going to decrement. We need to access our card item, get the quantity, then we're going to minus equals to 1, decrement 1, and we need to also decrement the total, okay? Because if we decrement the quantity without decrementing the total, then that would be wrong, okay? So here we're going to have our card item, and from our card item, we're going to access total quantity minus equal to total price. And product price. It's supposed to be product price. So here we also need to calculate the product price. Okay. So let me just do this here, product price. Okay, so we don't have this product price yet. So here, if we have this card item that's down here, we need to use the data that we have to create this variable. Okay, so we're going to have const is equals to card item dot total price. It should be total price divided by the quantity that we have. Okay, so it's supposed to be card item, not catch, but card. Card item dot total quantity. It's just quantity, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's just quantity. So that's going to be our price. Okay, price of a single object, single item. So once we have this data down below, what we're going to do, we're going to await our card item, and then we're going to save the new data. After saving the new data, we can send back a response. So our response is going to be 200. Status is going to be true. And the message is going to be card item quantity. decremented successfully. The spelling might be wrong, so you might need to write it the right way. After this, if we're going to have an else statement, okay, so let's take, for example, our count is 1. The cat count is 1. So if you are decrementing, then that means we're going to be deleting that item from the cart. Okay, so here we can have else if, then we put our condition. So here, let's just, if cat count is equals to 1, then we're going to await the cart, and then we're going to find 1 and delete. So here we have find the cart by the same parameters that we're using here, right on top. So we can just copy and paste it here. And then we're going to send back a response. So for this one, if you're deleting a product, that means we have to take care of our cut count as well, okay? Because if we subtract, then that means we need to also take care of our count. So right on top, we're going to have our count. And down here, we need to go ahead and just return the cut count. Okay. So that's all that we need to do for that part. We need to send back a response if we do have an error. So we're just going to send one with a status 500 and then the message. So we're done with this part. So the next thing that we are going to do is to test these endpoints in Postman. Okay, since we've created our router before we even created our function. So here, what we can do, we can go to server.js. In server.js, we need to create the one for the cart, like that. And we need to have our cut router right on top, like that. So our cut routes, they're going to be using this cut router. So we're done with that part. Next, let's open Postman and try to run a test. If we do have any errors, then we can come back, rectify them, then we proceed. Go ahead and try to test our endpoints in Postman. So the first one that we're going to test is to add, but we need a correct user ID over here. So first we need to go to Auth. In Auth, we go to login. Let's get this user ID. Go back to our cart. We're going to change the ID here. Let's try to post. Yeah, okay. It's taking longer than expected. Let's see what the error could be. Okay. Let's check the endpoint. Go to cart. So it's a post. Verify. And here we're using this user ID. Okay. So basically it has something to do with our token here. Okay. So we need to get this token. Even though we are passing our user ID in our body, we need the token to be able to process the request authorization, and we're getting our token as BR. Let's save it. After saving, let's close it and let's try to run the function again. Send the endpoint. Send the request. Okay. So we successfully sent the request here, and our count is 1 because this user didn't have a card. Okay. So let's say we want to decrement. Okay. So if we want to decrement, we have to see here. Let's get rid of this. We need a product ID as well as our user ID, and our user ID is going to come from our what do you call it? It's going to come from our authentication header. Okay, our JSON WT token, something like that. It's one and the same. So let's go ahead, take a look. Okay, let's close this one. And remove product from carts. Decrement, remove. Let's see. So just to remove a product, we need to be careful a little bit. So to remove product from cart, we're taking an ID from params. Okay, so what we can do here, we need to press check. So this is going to be our endpoint. Then ID. This ID that we're passing is the product ID. Okay, so let's check and delete product ID. And then we don't require anything inside of the body. We don't require anything inside of the body. So here, let's take, for example, this is our, we need to get our user ID first, okay? So that we can get the cart and get the product that's in our cart, okay? So first cart, we're going to fetch the cart using the token. So that's our cart right there. Here, that's the part that we're populating, okay? So let's say we want to delete the item. So we can say remove item. We need to paste the ID here. And then, okay, it should be an it because it doesn't contain a body. So what we can do here, let's see. It's supposed to be a delete, not a post. So you need to make sure that here it's a delete. Okay. Let's see. Remove. Okay. delete, then ID, delete ID, bed request. Okay, so we've successfully deleted here. So our body has to be none if we're sending this request. So that part is okay. That means we don't have anything in our cart now. So if we try to get a cart, we are going to get an empty list. So here, what we can do, we can post this again. So we have one item in our cart. So to clear the cart here, let's see our endpoint. To clear the carts, we're going to use clear, right? So here it has to be clear. And it has to be a delete function. We go to the body. The body is none. If we send this request, our count now is now 0. If we fetch the cut, we're going to get an empty list. Let's send back this. We have a count of 1. If we try to get the cart, we should get one thing inside. Okay. Okay. It decrements. If we send this item again, the count remains 1. But if we try to get the the product, okay, our cart, let's just say cart, our quantity here is going to be 3. Okay, because each and every time we send the same request, we're going to increment count by 1. Okay, so if we come here, decrement, we're decrementing something using this product ID. We don't have to send this product ID by our body. Okay, we want to move on to our addresses because we haven't worked on our addresses as yet. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new model, and we're going to call it address, something like that, and it has to be a JS file. So we're going to take our smallest schema, that is the category. Just going to copy the contents, and then we're going to paste it in here. So this line remains the same because we're instantiating our mongoose, and here we need to change this schema to address schema. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We are going to change it from category to address. Okay, now that we have our address schema, we have to change the model name here to address. After that, the first thing that we're going to require right on top is the user ID. And then we're going to require address line 1. We're not going to have line 2, but we're just going to call this address line 1. And there's going to be a string. Required is going to be true. And we don't require an image, but we're going to require a city. City is going to be string and it's going to be required. We're going to also require a state. After state, we're going to require a district. So the district is the one that we're going to use to determine like which district, which food to recommend to a person. So if you're in a particular district, we match all the restaurants in your district and send you back the food from various restaurants so that you can try out some of the food. Okay, so the next one, we're going to have a postal code. After the postal code, okay, here, so typo. After the postal code, we're going to have another value and we're going to call it default. So you might have several addresses under your account, but we need to have a value, a Boolean value that we can trigger to have a default value, okay? A default address, okay? So by default, it's going to be true. When we enter a new address, it's going to be set as the default address. And last but not least, we're going to have a country, okay? So right here on top, we're going to have country. And down below, let's add delivery instruction. Delivery instructions, okay? So it's going to be like that. It's going to be a string, and it's not going to be required here. So it's just a string. So that's all that we need to do for this schema. Next, we're going to work on the functions. So to create the functions, we need a controller first. So let's create a new file, and we're going to call it address controller. And it has to be a JS file. So in our JS file, the first thing that we're going to require is the model that we just created. So we need to have our address right on top, and it's going to require the file. So we need to specify the path to the file. So we need to access our models. Instead of our models, we're going to get the address, okay? And right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and just export all the functions that we're going to create in here. So we're going to create several functions. One is to create the address. The second one is to delete. The third one is to get default address, get user's address, and to update address. And we're going to have another function to set default address, okay? So let's go ahead and just create the first one, create address, like that. So to create address, our function is going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in a request and a response. A request, a response. So that's going to be our first function. Let's go ahead, copy, and then provide the names of our following functions. The next one is going to be delete. After delete, we're going to have get default address. Get default address. Okay, type more. The next one is going to be get user addresses. Okay. Not user address, but supposed to be addresses here. And update. Update address. And the last one is going to be set default. Set default address, something like that. So these are going to be our functions. Then work on our first function, which is to create an address. So the first thing that we need if we are to create an address is going to be the data. Okay? So here we are going to capture the data from the request body. Okay? So we need to capture all the data and create a new instance of our address. And we need to just fill the data that we need inside. Okay, so the first is going to be the user ID. So for not the username, but the user ID. So for our user ID is going to come from a request user.id, since we're going to be using a middleware in order for a user to call this particular function. Okay, and let's go ahead and have our first value, not our first value, but what we can do to make our life easier is to drag this thing, the address model, side by side. Let's close that. Okay, let's just follow the pattern first. So we have address line 1 here. We've made a typo already, so we can correct that. So we need address line 1. We need address line 1, and we need the city. We need the state. We need district. We need postal code. Country. Deliver instructions, and then default. Okay, so those are the values that we need. So first we're going to deal with our address. So it's supposed to be request body. Let's add a comma, and our city is going to come from a request body.city. State, a request body.state. District is going to be the same. Let's add a comma. Postal code, request body.postal code. The country, instructions going to be the same. Request body dot deliver instructions, and default. Okay, so that is the data that we need. Now we have this data, we have to have our try catch block down below. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to check. We need to have a condition. Okay, so if a request.body dot default. Okay, let's say this value is true. Okay, the person is sending the requests and this value is true. Then we need to go ahead, look for all the addresses related to that user and set them to false. When we're saving the data, we're going to save the new address as the default address. Okay, so down here, we're going to await. We need our models, not our models, address, find, and we're going to find addresses using the user ID. Oh, this is wrong. We just need the user ID here. And then after we find, we need to set default. This is not find. It's supposed to be update menu. And we're updating this value to false. Right? Now that we have this value set to false in all the addresses that we have, now we can proceed to save this data that we have right here on top. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to await address.save, and then we send back a response. It's supposed to be a response dot status, and our status here is supposed to be 200, 201, since we are creating an address. JSON okay, so in our JSON, we're going to require the status first. Our status is going to be true, and the message is supposed to be message here. Let's take a look. Okay, address updated, or it's not updated but added successfully. That's going to be our message. If we do have an error, then we're going to send back a response. Our response is going to have a status of 500. Status is going to be false here, and the message is going to be error.message. Like that. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to move on to our next function, which is delete address. Okay. So to delete an address, what we need the ID of that particular address. So we're going to be getting that from our request params. So let's say address ID here is equals to a requests.params.id. It's supposed to be params.id, like that. So let's close that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to await. Find the data in our database first, okay? So we're going to use the same way. We just want to have a good practice, because in a situation whereby a person provides a non-existent ID, we might not know what happened, okay? So we're going to find by ID first, and we need to have our address here. So right at the top, we're going to have an instance. We're going to have a variable where we're going to store the address, okay? So let's just call it address is equals to, and we need a conditional check right below that. If not address, then that's why we are going to return a 404. We can say address not found, something like that. Okay. Okay. We close that. So we're done with that part. In the event that we have this address, then we need to go ahead and delete it. Okay. So here we're going to just await our address, and then we're going to find one by ID and delete. And then here we're going to provide the address ID, and then we send back the response. Our response is going to be 200, status true, message, address deleted successfully. Okay. So that's going to be our message. And if we do have an error, we're going to catch that error. Let's just copy this line and then make some changes to it. Our status code is going to be 500. Here, our status is going to be false. And we need a message. And the message is going to be error.message. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on getting the default address. Okay, so to get a default address, we're going to be using a user ID. Okay, so we're going to find one with the user ID and where the default value is equals to true. Okay, so first we need to capture the address, not the address, but the user ID from our middleware. So it's supposed to be request.user.id. and down, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, that's where we're going to create a variable where we are going to store our default address. Let's just write it the right way. It's supposed to be default address is equals to await address dot find. It's supposed to be find one. So we're finding one using the user ID where default is equals to true. Okay. After we have this value, then we're going to return a response. Our status is going to be 200. And we need JSON. We need to pass back this address back to the user. Default address. If we do have an error, we're going to go ahead and do what we did for the other functions. Just return a 500 with the status and the error message. It's supposed to be a message here. Error.message. Like that. And then we save. So that's for our default address. And to get user addresses, what we're going to use the user ID. So let's save this, close it. We need this instance. Or we can just copy this. It's literally it's kind of the same. Okay. It's supposed to be find. And we're going to find using the user ID. And then we're going to return the address. So that's for getting user address. We are done with that part. So to update, the process is kind of the same too. So let's see whether we can use the same as this one. So let's copy whatever we have in create. We're just going to do this to save time. So let's paste this inside. So here, to update, this part is going to remain the same, but this part is going to change. Const the updated address is equals to async, not async, but await. Okay, we have our function is asynchronous. So address dot find and update. Find by ID and update. Okay. So here, the address is going to be the we're going to get the address from params. So we need to specify here const address ID is equals to a request dot params dot ID. Okay. So now that we have this ID is the one that we're going to use to update. Let's close this. And the data that we're going to send is the address. This is the data here. Okay. So it's the same as to say a request body, but we're sending it as structured data. So that's much better. And we set new to true. It has to be in braces new. We're going to set it to true like that. And here we have to save this updated address. So right at the bottom, we're going to, we don't have to save the address. So that's okay. We have to leave it like that. So instead of having this value, we can get rid of it. So it's supposed to be updated successfully here. Like that. Let's format our code. So now that's okay. So last but not least, we want to set an address as default. So to do that, we're going to just follow the same steps as we did right on top, but this one is going to be a little bit smaller. Okay. So let's do this, and then we can move on to the next one. So in our request body, not request body, but yeah, we're going to get the user ID and the address ID. Okay, so here let's create an instance. We're going to have address ID. We can just get an address ID from the request body. Okay, and we can get the user ID from the middleware. Is equals to a request.user.id, something like that. Okay, so this one we ain't supposed to put a comma. Okay, we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and set our addresses to non-default. Okay, to non-default. And the one that we are going to be updating is the one that we're going to be setting to true. Okay, so it's basically the same process as we did before. So in our try catch block, we're going to await address dot update main. So to update many, we're going to require the parameter that we're going to use to find those many items, and we're going to be using the user ID. After using the user ID, then this is the value that we need to update to false. Okay, that's the first step. The next step is to try to find the specific address that we want to update. Okay, so we're going to have another value where we're going to store that address that we want to update. It's find by ID and update. So here we need to specify the address. address ID, and default here is supposed to be true. So that's the value that we need to update, and we need to set new to true. Right at the bottom, we need to have a condition. If updated address, then we send a response. Then we're returning 200. Supposed to be 200 here. And we change the message. Oh, the message remains the same. Else, we're going to return a 404. Address not found. And here is supposed to be false. So that's going to be our function. So we're done creating all our address related functions. The next thing is to create the routers for these functions, and then we can map the correct functions to the correct routers, and then we can, lastly, we can test them in Postman. Okay. Right now, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create the routes for our addresses. So first, we need to create the file, and we're going to call it address, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we're going to tag the smallest, which is this file, the contents of this, supposed to be copy, not cut. Take the content of this file, paste it in here. So we have our router at the top. Next, we're going to require our address controller. So here it's supposed to be address, okay? So as we said before, if we hover over and press this, if we mapped it to the correct file, we're supposed to be redirected to that particular controller. So far so good. And for middleware, we're going to be using this middleware. Okay. So first we want to have a post. Here we're going to use our address controller. So let's just copy the address controller, paste it here, and we're going to map it to create address. Okay. So if we have over, or user ID is coming from the user, so we are required to have a middleware right here. And for delete, we're going to require an ID. So we're going to pass the ID as our param. Here we're going to use address controller and then delete address. If we have over, we're getting an ID from our params. So that's correct. Let's go ahead and create our next one. So our next one is going to be a get request. Okay. So if you're getting, the first thing that we want to get default. We want to get default. So if we are to get a default address, what we're going to do here, we need to map it to the right controller, which is going to be the get default address. Which is get default address. And then we save. Right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and create another one, which is going to be we want to get an address by ID. Okay, so we need to have an ID, and then we need to map it to the correct controller. It's supposed to be get user ID, get user address. Okay, right here. And then we need to save. So here we are supposed to provide an ID, but that is not entirely correct. So if we have over here, we're not supposed to get anything from the params. The ID that we're getting, we're going to get it from our middleware. Okay. So that's the change that we need to make. Right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and have a put. So if we are updating, then we're going to map this to update address. And let's hover over and see whether we require anything from our params. Yes, we require an ID. So the ID that we require here is the ID of the address ID itself. Okay, so we need to send this alongside with the data. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a post. So this post is going to be for the default. So it's supposed to be set default. Let's hover over and check. Okay, so here we do have a body. So our body, we're going to have an address. So we don't require anything from the params. But since it's going to be a post, we need to change the URL here, the endpoint to default, since we're going to be dealing with our defaults like that. So we're just going to change the default using this parameter. So here in our body, we're going to get the address, and from our params, not our params, but from our user, we're going to get the ID. Okay, so these are the routes that we need. Okay, so right now what we can do is to just go ahead and test a few, because most of them, they require some extra steps, and I doubt that we have the time to do that, but everything is set up in a way that you can just go ahead and run a test. You have the functions, you have the routes. What you need to do is just to run the necessary tests in order for you to be sure before you move on to the front end. So right now I'm going to open Postman. So in Postman, the first thing that I'm going to do here is to go ahead, go to authentication, log in, and in login, I'm going to get this token, go to addresses, authorization, and I'm going to paste this. Okay, after pasting it, I'm going to add an address. Okay, so to add an address, we do require a body. Okay, and we also require an ID. So our ID is going to come from our token. Okay, it's our middleware. So let's just add this address here. Post API address. Okay, we didn't set this in our server.js. So in our server.js, we need to create another endpoint. So this one, instead of it being a cart, it's supposed to be address. And here it's supposed to be address as well. And we need to create this one. So right at the top, just copy paste. And we copy this router. Change the name here, and we map it to the right file, okay, which is the address, like that. And then we save. So we're just going to run the same test to see whether we can create an address successfully. Okay, so we've successfully created an address. The next thing that we want to do is to get a default address. So to get a default address, we're going to be using our middleware to, yes, our middleware is to get the user ID. Okay, that user ID is the one that we're going to use to get the data that we want. So if we send this, we're supposed to get the address that we just created, and default is supposed to be true here. So you can create the other requests and just test them along. But our next is going to be the one for orders, like how we're going to handle orders, to create orders, something like that. So we created address, like these addresses, because whenever we are going to process an order, we're going to require an address where that order is supposed to be sent after a person has finished like creating the order or paying for the order. So we need an address for that. That's why we do have an address here. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on our orders, then we can finish. Now we want to move on to our orders. So to start dealing with our orders, the first thing that we're going to require is a model. So we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it orders. And let's capitalize the first letter. It's supposed to be order.js. So order.js, we're going to require a schema. So we're going to do the same, follow the same process that we were using before. Just copy the small schema, paste it in here, and we need to change the name of the schema from category to order. Okay, so let's go ahead, get rid of this part, and then write the correct name. And here, our model is going to be category, not category, but order. My bad. Order schema. So that's for our order schema. Let's put it right at the top. At the top of this, we want to create an order item. Okay. Order item schema. So let's fill the details of our order item, then we can proceed to our order. So the first thing that we're going to require in here is food ID. Okay, like what kind of food. And then we're going to require the quantity. Price. And we also require additives. Let's add a comma right here. And the instructions, because the instructions can be different for an order. Okay, for each and every item that's in our cart, not in our cart, but each and every item that we're ordering can have a different instruction. So we're going to have a field for instruction, and this is going to be a string, and it's not going to be required, so we can leave it like this. By default, and we're going to set it as an empty string. Additives, they're going to be an array, and this array is going to be just an array, is not required. The price is going to be a number, and it's going to be required. Quantity is going to be a number as well, and it's going to be required. Food, the type is going to be an object ID, mongoose.schema dot types. Dot object ID. And our reference here is going to be the food. Like that. Okay, so we are done with this. For the timestamp, we don't require the timestamp, so we can just get rid of this. So it's okay like this. That's our food item. So let's go to our schema. So in here, we're going to require the user ID, and our user ID is going to be a mongoose, an object ID. So let's just copy from there to the last part. We come here and then we paste the code. This one is going to be user. Everything else remains the same. Right at the bottom, we're going to have order items. So this one is going to be a list or an array. So this array is going to be an array of order item schema. Right at the bottom, we're going to require order total. It's supposed to be total. So our order total is going to be a number. Required is going to be true, and down at the bottom, we're going to require delivery fees. Not free, but delivery fee. So this is the total of the order delivery fee. So if we add delivery and order fee, order total, we're going to have a grand total, right? That's the total for the whole order, like including the delivery fee. Right in the bottom, again, we're going to require a delivery address where the order is supposed to be delivered to. A delivery address. So for delivery address is going to be a Mongo schema. So since we have the addresses ready as objects, we can just pass an object ID here, and then we can use that object ID, populate the parts that we want to populate, and then we have our full address. Right at the bottom, let's go ahead and have payment method. So you might have different options for users to pay. So you want to know like which payment method did the user use to pay for the order. So this one is going to be of type string. Right at the bottom, we're going to have payment status. So let's just copy this, paste it down. And instead of method, we're going to say status. It's supposed to be status here. So for our status, it's going to be a string. And default, we need to provide a default value. So whenever an order is placed, then our default value is going to be pending, okay? And we need some enums here. So we need the array. So in our enum, we're going to have pending as our first, completed as our second, and third, we're going to have failed. So down at the bottom, we're going to have order status. So this one is for the payment, but we need to keep track of the order status as well. So we need that too. So order status is going to be a string. Default is going to be placed. Whenever an order is created, then here we're going to just put it as placed. And in our enums, we're going to have placed, preparing, So let's say the vendor received the order and they're preparing for the food. They can just switch. They can just update. Okay. And out for delivery. That means they finished preparing the food and the food is being delivered. And the last one that we're going to have is delivered. When the courier service arrived with the food, then the order is going to be updated to delivered. So that's it for our order status. And down at the bottom, we're going to have order date. So the order date is going to be of type date. It's supposed to be date. And we have to have a default value for this. And our default is going to be date.now. So whenever an order is placed, then we're just going to get the time and then we set it to this value. Okay. Right at the bottom, we are going to require a restaurant ID. Because we need to send these orders to the correct restaurants. So it's only right that we have the restaurant ID. So for restaurant ID is going to be an object ID. Okay, so we can just copy whatever we have on top and change the reference to restaurant. And we're going to set this as a required parameter. Like that. Down at the bottom, we're going to have driver ID. Driver ID. Let's add a comma here. So for the driver ID, it's going to be a Mongo schema type as well, but we don't have the schema, so we might run into an error. So we'll see how best we can deal with that part. So here we're going to have driver. So this driver model is non-existent at this particular moment. We might deal with it a little bit later. So if an order is sent out and it's received, then we want to provide a little bit, not a little bit, but rating to that particular order. Okay, so here we're going to have our type, and our type is going to be number. So this rating is related to the driver. Okay, so if the rating is bad, then that means the driver, that particular driver, didn't do his job well, so it might affect their overall rating, something like that. So we're going to have a mean value. So for rating, our mean value is 1, and we're going to also have a max value, and our max value is going to be 5. We're going to have another field for feedback. Feedback is going to be of type string. Type string, and it's not required. So let's just go ahead. Down at the bottom, we're going to have promo code. So let's say you're passing out coupons and stuff as a vendor. So that's where the promo codes will get into play. So this is something that if you want to like go ahead and deal with later, you can change this to a MongoSchema. So the basic idea is to have a vendor create like his vouchers, isn't it? So that should be a voucher ID. The promo code, it should be attached to voucher. And down at the bottom, we're going to have discount. If the food is on a discount, how much is the discount? So here we're going to have discount amount, and our discount amount is going to be a number. And last but not least, we're going to require notes related to the order. So our notes, they're going to be of type string. So what we can do here, we can just cut this, paste it here, and add a comma so that we get rid of the error. So we're done with our order. So let's just go through everything. Notes, discount amount, promo code, feedback, rating, driver ID, restaurant ID, order date, order status, payment method, delivery address, grand total, delivery fee, order total, order item, and user ID. So everything checks out. It's quite a lot for an order. So here we need to take care of this part. Though we're not going to get into details about drivers and stuff, most probably something that we're going to do in the next section, or something that is going to be provided in the full code, but we're just going to create a schema, a driver schema, okay? So that it can be present. I want to go ahead and work on orders controller, okay? So the first thing that we should do is to create the orders controller. It has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to import the model that we're going to use. So const order is equals to require, and we need to specify the path where we are getting the model. So here our model is going to come from our models folder, and then we have to map it to order. So we have our model. The next thing that we need to do is to export all the functions that we're going to be creating. So all our functions are going to be inside this brace. So our first function is going to be place order, okay? Place order. So for our place order, it has to be asynchronous since we're going to be waiting for a database. Data. We're waiting for the data, and then we're going to save that data to our database. And the whole process is going to take a little bit of time. So that's why we make our process or function asynchronous. So here we're going to take a request and a response. Here is supposed to be requests. Let's close our function. Inside of our function, the first thing that we need to do, we need to capture the data that we want to use to create an order. So the data is going to come from a request body. So right on top, we're going to create a new order. And this order is going to get data from our request.body. Like that. So now we have our data. The next thing that we can do is to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we want to save the order. So we are going to await for this data, and then we save the data here. So await order, then save the order. That's all that we need to do here. And then at the bottom, we need to send back a response. So our response is going to have a status and our status is going to be 200, 201, since we're creating an order, and we have to send back a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have a status. So our status is going to be true. So it's either you can have true or success, either way. You can choose the way that you want to send back the response, and we're going to send back a message. Order saved successfully, something like that. So let's go ahead, close it. Let's see. Okay, so our error is here. So we are done with that part. Next, we need to send back a response when we do have an error. So when we have an error, we're going to catch that error, and then we're going to send a response. So if we catch an error, we're going to send a 500. Our status here, it's not supposed to be a string. It's supposed to be a boolean. Here it's supposed to be false. So let's get rid of this message. Our message is going to come from error.message. Okay, so that's our first function. Let's move on to our next function. So our next function is to get order function. It get order details. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that one. Get order details. And let's close it. So here I'm going to copy this function and then paste it several times and just change the name. Okay, so this one is okay. The next one is going to be, we are not going to be able to delete. We're not going to give the user the access to delete an order, because that will mess up with the calculations. If you want to calculate how many orders does this restaurant have, or like some yearly reports, monthly reports, so we're not going to give them an option to delete. So here we are going to get user order. Rate, we're going to rate orders. This one is related to delivery, and we are going to have one to update order status, like that. And another one to update payment status. Okay, so let's work in our get order details. So to get order details, we're going to require the order ID. Order ID, and this order ID is going to come from our params, and we're going to push it as an ID. After that, we need a try catch. So in our try, we need to create a new variable where we are going to store our order. And here we're going to find by ID. Find by ID, and then here we're going to put the order ID. But this is not all that we need to do. We need to go ahead and populate the fields that we need to populate. So the first one is going to be the food user, I mean, because like if we visit the model, we have this field, right? It needs to be populated somehow. But we're going to start with this one. user. And the address as well needs to be populated. The driver needs to be populated. So let's go ahead and do that. So first, we're going to have populate. So inside of our populate, we need the path. So our path is going to be user ID. This is our path. Okay. User ID. And from the user, we need to select fields. Let's add a comma here. Name, email, and phone. So if we go to the user, let's check whether we do have phone. So you have to include the phone somehow. That field needs to be populated because if someone is delivering an order, then they should have a phone number related to that particular user. Right at the bottom, we are going to populate another field. So we can just copy whatever we have here, paste it. Let's close this. So our next field is going to be delivery address. This one. We copied the name. That's going to be our path. So for delivery address, we're going to pick address, line 1, city, state, and the postal code, like that. The country doesn't matter. Right at the bottom, we're going to do with our restaurant. It's supposed to be restaurant ID. So from our restaurant, we need to populate the name of the restaurant and the location. And as for the driver, it's supposed to be driver ID here. We're populating the name and the phone. Right at the bottom, we're going to check if order, then we're going to go ahead and return a response. Okay, response, the status, and our status is going to be 200. It's going to be a 200, and here we're going to send a JSON. Status is equals to true. Let's just send a message. We can say we should send the data. Since we're getting the order details here, it's only right if we send the order here. Else, if the order is not found, then we are going to send back a 500. a 404, I mean, not 500. 404. Or not found. Something like that. So if we do have an error, we're going to catch the error and then send back a response. Here it's supposed to be 500. And here we're going to have a status, and our status is going to be false. And the message is going to be error.message. Like that. So we are done with this function. Let's go ahead and close it. That's for order details. So we want to get user orders. Okay. So if you're getting user orders, what we need to capture the user ID. So our user ID is going to come from our middleware. So the requests user.id. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try, we want to create an instance of our orders. And we are going to wait for the data from our database. So we're going to use our model to find orders related to the user ID that we have on top. And we're going to populate the restaurant and the driver. So if you want to populate more data, then you can go ahead and just populate the data here. For example, if it is, you can populate image URL. And for the order, okay, you can take it a step further, but I'm just going to leave it here. So you can see like what's the best criteria that you can use to make your own application appealing. So after we have the data, we need to check if orders, then we're going to send a response. So we're going to send back a response alongside with the status. Our status is going to be 200, not 2000, but 200. Send back the data. So our data is going to be orders here. Else we're going to send a 404. That's 404 with the status is false. And then the message is going to be a string. No orders found. So if we do have an error, we're going to send a 500. Okay, that's all for getting user orders. To update rate order, uh, to rate the order, what we need to do, we need to capture the order ID. And this order ID is going to come from params. So here, it's supposed to be request.params.id. Okay. So that's the first thing that we need. And second, we are going to capture two things from our body, from our request body, that is rating and feedback. So these two are going to come from request.body, like that. Right underneath, we're going to require our try catch block. So in our try, the first thing, we need to create a variable where we're going to store our updated order. Okay. But we need to await the data. So we update the data and then we store the data in here. And then we send the data back to the user. But I doubt that's a good idea since it's just a rating. We don't need to send back the rating to the user. We just need to send a message that, okay, your rating has been, like your order has been successfully updated, something like that. Okay. So what we can do here, we have to find order by ID and update. So the ID is the order ID. And the data that we are updating is the rating and the feedback. And we have to set new to true. Okay, here they're supposed to be braces. New to true. So let's bring this down, and let's bring this down so that everything can be visible on one screen. Right at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to check if we have an updated order. If updated order, then we're going to send back a response alongside with the status, and our status is going to be 200. Let's close this. Here status is equals to true message. Our message is going to be auto updated successfully. Something like that. Okay, so if we don't, if not order, that condition is going to come into our else statement. That means that particular order is non-existent. So if it is non-existent, we have to return a 404, and here it's supposed to be false. So here we can say failed to update order. Okay. Or we can just say order not found. Either way, the difference is the same. So you can see which way is the best for you to put your message across. So here it's supposed to be a 500 false. And the message is going to be error.message here. Like that. So we are done with our writing. The next is to update the status. Okay, so when we're updating the status, we're going to be using the same syntax. We just need to make a few tweaks. We need to make a few changes. So I'm going to copy whatever we have on the above function and put it down in this function below. So here, instead of capturing these two, I'm going to be capturing order status. Okay, order status from request body. This one remains the same. This one remains the same, but the data that we're updating is order status. Here remains the same, and everything else down here remains the same. So we are done with updating order status. Order status. Okay, so we just need to specify. Same as for payment status. The way that we're going to do it, it's the same. So let's copy this and let's paste it inside. Okay, so this was an order status. So here it's supposed to be payment status. It's supposed to be status. Okay, it's coming from our request body. We are finding the order by order ID. This is our order ID, and here we're updating the payment status. So here, instead of order status, it should be payment status. New is equals to true, and we're going to check if the order is updated or not. If it is, then here instead of order, we can say payment. Payment status updated successfully. Okay. Here it's supposed to be just payment status. And down below, everything remains the same. So we are done with our orders. So that's everything that we need to do for our orders. So let's go ahead and try to hook our orders here. So here, instead of having address, we're going to have orders. And we need to have a router. We need to have a router for orders. So let's go ahead and check whether we've created one before. No, we haven't. So we need to create a file for order, and it has to be a JS file. So next we're going to work on this order router, and then we can hook it up to our server.js, and then we are done. The last function, not the last function, the last controller that we're going to be working on is the drivers. We're not going to do much. We're just going to create a driver and allow them to just pick up an order. And of which picking up an order is not something they have to do in the driver side, but they have to interact with the order. So we'll see how best we can go about that. So right now, let's work on our order routes. So we're going to do the same thing as we did before. We go to our smallest router. We just copy the content of the router, go to the current router that we're working on, which is the orders router. And then we're going to paste the content and make some few changes. So first we need to import the controller. Okay, so our controller is going to be order controller. And we need to verify whether we hooked it to the right controller. So we press command, click the file. So we are directed to the right controller. So that means this part is okay. Next, we're going to require the token, okay? And then we work on our routes. Okay, so first we need the posts, okay? Posts. So we're going to be posting an order. And here our controller is going to be auto controller. And it's going to be mapped to place order. So that's going to be our first. Our next is going to be get. To get a single order, then we're going to require an ID. We're going to pass an ID as our parameter. So here we require our controller, and we need to map it to get order. So if we have an over here, we're getting the order ID from a request params. Okay, so this is the ID that we are passing here. So let's go ahead and work on the next, which is a get also. So this one, the endpoint has to be different. So let's give it a name, user orders. So if you're getting a user orders, we're passing the ID via our middleware. Okay, so let's map it to the right controller, and we need to map it to the right function, which is get user orders. So if we have over here, we're getting the user ID from the middleware. Okay, so we are done with that part. And down below, we're going to create one to post ratings. Okay, so to post rating, we need to change the endpoint to rate. And when we are rating, we require an ID, so we need to pass an ID here. Rate order, and if we have an over, we're going to require an ID, an order ID from our request params. So this is the ID that we are passing here. Same as for the status. So this is rating and feedback. Okay. Down below, we need to have the one for status to update the order status. So I'm just going to call it status, and we're going to pass the ID. And here it has to be mapped to update order status. And last but not least, we're going to go ahead with payment status. Payment status, we need to pass the ID, and we need to map it to the right function, which is update payment status. So we are done with these routers. But these ones, they should be put, not post. Okay. So let's go to our server.js. In our server.js, here we already created our API. Okay. So we need to just have our router on top. So our router should be order router, and we need to map it to the right router, which is order. And we need to map this API to the right router, which is order router. So let's try to run our application. If we don't have any error, then it should run properly. Okay, so we're done with our orders. Next, we're just going to focus on drivers. For drivers, we're not going to do much. We're going to focus on just creating a driver, and setting availability of that particular driver. And then if you want to do more, then you have all the tools on how you can go ahead and do it, because we've been practicing in doing most of the stuff. Like the the code that we've written can be used interchangeably in different situations to achieve different results. Last section of this backend tutorial. So what we need to do is to just create a driver and set availability. Okay, so here in our controllers, we need to create a new file. Why are we starting with our controller? Because we've already created a, do we have it? Let's see, address. Nope, we didn't create the model for drivers, so we should start with our model. So let's go ahead, give it a name. It's going to be driver.js. That's going to be our model. So in our model, we need to just create the layout of our model. So the first thing that we need an instance of our mongoose. Mongoose is equals to require mongoose, and we need to close this. After closing, then we can move on to create our schema. So our schema, we have to give our schema a name. So the name is going to be driver schema. New schema. Okay, so here that's where we are going to put the contents of our schema. But before we do that, let's go ahead and just export our schema. Okay. So first we need our model name. So our model name is going to be a driver, and our schema name is going to be a driver schema, same as here. And so for this one, we're going to just enable timestamps. So to enable timestamps, we do it right outside. We set these ones to true. So let's go ahead and work with our data. So first, we're going to require the driver. So the driver has to be a user of our application. So we require a user ID, okay, an ID. So we require type first. So our type is going to be an object ID. Schema.type, and our type is going to be an object ID, and we need to provide a reference, and our reference is going to be user. Okay, so here ref is supposed to be user. So this person who's registering to be a driver should be a valid user of our application. That's the first requirement. Next, we want a vehicle type. Like, what kind of vehicle do they have? So for vehicle type, we're going to require a type, and our type is going to be a string. This is a required field. So we need to set required to true, and we need to set enums. So for enums, we're going to have an array. So in our array, the first thing, we're going to have bike. We're going to have a scooter. with one T here. Car, something like that. So we're not going to set any default for this. The driver has to pick for themselves, like what kind of vehicle do they have. And this will also help us to calculate, like, okay, if you had to calculate the distance, we need to take into consideration the mode of transportation that is going to be used to move a package from the restaurant to the destination. So the time taken varies with the vehicle type. That's why we have this vehicle type field. Okay, so let's move on. The next thing that we need is vehicle number. So for vehicle number, we're going to require, it's going to be a string. So we might as well just copy the one that we have on top, and then we can just get rid of the enums. Required is going to be true. Current location for the driver, this one has to be constantly updated each and every time. Let's say if a driver is available, their location has to be constantly updated so that we can keep track of like where the orders are. So for this one, it's going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be a string, but it's going to be an object. So in this object, we're going to require the latitude. So our latitude is going to be of type number. And we're also going to require a longitude. So let's add a comma here. A longitude. After our longitude, we're going to require two delta, latitude delta and longitude delta. Okay, so I'm just going to copy these two, paste them below, add a comma, and here I'm going to have latitude delta, supposed to be delta here, and a longitude delta down below. Okay, so for this one, it's of type number, but we have to provide defaults. So the default value is going to be the same as the one that we provided for our, is it food or restaurant? Let's go ahead with the restaurant. They're going to be the same as these ones. So we can just copy these and paste them here. Okay. So we're done with these two, and let's move on to the next one, which is available. So is available is going to be of type boolean. By default, it's true. So if a driver is not delivering or it's not working, then they have to trigger the boolean by themselves. So this rating is going to be probably linked to the rating on orders somehow. That's the correct way to go about it, because you can't rate a driver without them working. So you have to rate them according to the deliveries they make. Okay. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a total deliveries. This part is not required, but it's going to be of type number. And by default, the value is going to be 0. I'm just going to add a profile here since I'm not going to, we're not going to populate this part. Okay, so let's just have a profile here and have a default. Like that. So it's available. That's correct. That's all about it when it comes to the driver. This one should be profile image. Let's just put it that way. So we're done with the schema. Next, we're going to work on the functions. We're just going to create 2. If you want to go more into detail, then that's okay. For the profile, you can pick any profile that you want your driver to have, like beforehand. So I'm going to pick one of the pictures from here and just set it as a default here. So you can pick something that is related to delivery. Okay, let's close this. Close all these. So let's go ahead and create a controller for the driver. It's supposed to be driver controller, and it has to be a JS file. So the first thing that we need to do here, we just need to have an instance of our model like that. Is equals to require, and in here we have to specify the path. Okay, so the path is going to be models, and then we have to map it to drivers. So as we were saying before, if we hover over and click, we should be taken to this file. So that means we've successfully linked, we've successfully imported the driver model. Right at the bottom, we need to export all the functions that we're going to create, and we need to put them in here. So we said we're going to have 2 functions. The first function is going to be creating a driver, right? So it's register driver, not diver, but driver. And the function has to be asynchronous and is going to take in a request and a response. And we have to close that. Let's copy paste. And the second one that we're going to create is to set driver availability. Driver availability, like that. So those are the 2 functions that we're going to work on to register a driver. So to register a driver, we're going to capture the data from the request body. So we need to store the data somewhere. So we're going to store the data in this variable, right? So this data is going to come from request body, but we have to pass it through our model. Okay, a request dot body here, like that. So we have our data in here. Is it? So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we're going to await for this data, and then we're going to save it. And then we're going to return a response. So it's going to be a response with a status of 201, since we're creating a new driver, and then we just sent a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to send a status and a message. Okay, so our status is going to be true, and our message is going to be driver successfully registered. Okay, so we can say driver saved successfully. Then here, let's just go ahead with registered. Okay, so since it's a registration, it's not like we're just saving the data. Okay, so if we do have an error, then we're going to catch that error. 500. Right inside, we're going to have a status, and our status is going to be false. And our message is going to be error.message. Okay, so this one, let's treat it as a message, not as an error. So we are done with this. Next, we're going to focus on the driver service availability. So for service availability, the first thing that we need to capture the ID of the driver. Okay, so since the driver is a registered user, what we can do, we can capture the ID from our middleware. The driver ID is equals to a requests dot user dot ID. Down below, we're going to have our try catch block. So in our try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and look for the driver. Okay, whether the ID that's provided belongs to a driver or not. Okay, so here we're going to store the data in this variable, and here we're going to await for the data from our database. So here we're just going to find by ID, since we do have the ID already. Okay, so here we're going to pass the driver ID. Right at the bottom, we're going to check if, so let's say if not driver, then we're going to send a 404. So we're just going to return here. Our status is going to be 404, like that. In our JSON, we're going to have a status, and our status is going to be false, message, driver not found. Let's close this here, and our message. Okay, this part is done. So if we have the driver, then we are going to access this data. And driver dot is available is equals to not driver available, since it's a boolean. Okay, so this should be a patch request. And then we're going to await the driver, and then we save. And then here we're going to just return a 500 with a message. So that's it for our driver. The next thing that we can do is to create a router for our driver. So it has to be driver.js. In our router, let's go ahead, copy this data, go to our driver.js, paste it. It has to be verified driver here. And here we need to map our controller to driver controller. So we need to try out whether this is the right controller. Yes, it is. So let's go back first is going to be a post request. So if it is post, here we're just going to use this middleware, because since this person is not a driver as yet, so we're going to use this middleware, and we need to map to this controller. Let's map it to the correct function. The next one is going to be a patch. So here, the driver ID, we're getting it from the middleware. Driver controller, and then, so let's have over. So we're getting our ID from our middleware. So that's correct. Let's get rid of this, save, and then we go to our server.js. In our server.js, we need to create another API for our drivers. And let's import the router. So the router is supposed to be driver router, and right on top, we need to match it to driver. And this router that we have here, we need to match it here. Okay. So that's it. We are done with our backend. Next is going to be integrating the backend to the front end.